with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. Fist, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith, and my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid, in a state of panic. I'm a basket case. I step back, I'm hell bent. In this first attempt, gotta keep the pace. If God forgives, I'm ready to live this life full of unpromised days. So fuck it now, I'm all in. Hate motherfuckers wanna keep me down, and what goes around, it comes around. If heaven don't want me, then I'm hellbound. And inside my man, it's Southside land. Set fire to the past, walk through these ashes, fighting for the best. Dip black, fetish shopping. Come and take a ride with me, motherfucker. Hop in. Welcome back, got a full clip. All aboard this crazy train. No money, no cars, no champagne, but I'm still alive and I can't complain. I'm trauma free, it's plain to see. Getting used to these growing pains. Success is certain, back to work, and goddamn, I can feel the change. Inside of the coin, I'm paranoid. On the surface, I play it cool and I'm afraid of heights, but out of spite, you put me up on this pedestal. But I love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. And the reason is there's no reply.
What's up? Sorry, I need to start the timer. I messed up.
Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. Show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. So I sit back and relax, still asking myself the same questions. Ignore the facts, I can't turn back. God, please answer me, I'm sick of guessing. I clench my fist, it's gut wrenching. Show me the way to the peace that I'm missing. I'm not religious, but remember this: I live my life with the best of intentions. Don't bullshit me, it's hard to believe. And everything
What's up, everybody? Welcome.
And who the fuck am I supposed to be? Should I listen to God and all his prophets? Listen to the greed that aligns my pocket. Listen to the hypocrites compared to the prophet. Listen to the pain that I clearly adopted. I can't move on when I'm stuck in the past. Hard to forget with a flag at half-mast. Hard to live in the mood so fast. And everything around me is made of glass. And I wanna let you know that I got the message. Stuck in the rut and I'm up for suggestions. But where the fuck is the light in my tunnel? So hand me the balance, I'm starting to stumble. They always say that the strong survive. How do we know too young to die? When happiness is in short supply, they hand you a pill and they tell you to try to love you, and I can't deny. Drive myself crazy with the reasons why I can't come to terms with the word goodbye. No reason.
What's up, everybody? How's it going?
Darkest days, show me the beauty when the color fades. Give me the courage so I'm not afraid. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days. Spread some sunlight in my darkest days.
Tablet, what's up? What's up, Carolyn? Daddy got a phone today. Finally. I know you guys have been wondering what you're gonna do with all your time wringing your hands out at home. Finally got a phone.
Yeah. I want you to listen to me. Now pay attention. Welcome to my sideshow. Enjoy the free admission. The drama club isn't accepting submissions. Done with all that bullshit. This family's nothing to fuck with. Unless you really want it, then we'll add you to that hit list. Tried to prevent these events to such extent. I gave in. I was hell-bent. I still lost you in the end. I take 2 sets forward and I take 3 sets back. You can hear the contradiction. Maybe I really am a psychopath. The meaning in life, it's not a secret that you keep. It's days and weeks of feeling weak, no sleeping and repeat. Lose your mind and then you find it and get buried underneath the happiness, the pain.
I hear you, man.
What the fuck am I saying? All you faggots paying attention. God blessed you with ears, but you idiots never listen. I guess in what I'm saying, since there is no comprehension, my bleeding heart fell apart. Let it be your intervention. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me.
I know. I should have had a phone a long time ago, but I didn't. I was trying to decide what I was going to do, and I think I got a spare in the phone. Somebody sent me a spare in the mail, so I should have an extra one in case this ever happens again.
It's set in stone, I have to view it through the glass. Made a lot of mistakes, I'm learning to adapt. I sit alone and overanalyze the aftermath. No straight and narrow, always seeking out a shortcut. And in the further back, see me playing catch up in the days of sin wonder. Are my days really numbered? Shit, I don't know, but I ain't getting any younger. Not made up what I made of, I suggest that you just keep a zip. Had to lose my brother to learn the value of relationships. I can't forget, I take myself a little trip down memory lane, it's as real as it gets. Sometimes I scare myself from what I really might do. I keep telling you, I've got a couple screws loose, but you refuse to believe the things that I say to you. That's okay, you can join me in the institute. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse.
Keep this one out of the wall, I hear you.
Lose your mind with me. Lean back, come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind with me. Lose your mind with me. I am back, I am better than ever. I survived a little storm and kept my own shit together. But aside my desperation, I was seeking desperation.
Yeah, we got Tony and M here for the start of the show, but I need to be put in the StreamYard.
So the truth, life is not a fucking mystery. Get a clue, common sense is not your enemy. I was just like you, concerned with just the victory. I used to be a hothead, got a firm grip on my temper. I'm on that next level, balanced and I'm centered. Pain is dangerous, it seems to be my motivator. I'm the type to shoot first and ask the questions later. Can't tell me nothing, this motherfucker knows I tried. I sent him messages, 1,000
Yeah, I just got, we switched to Straight Talk after Verizon screwed us over, so it's just like one of those, it's one of those cheap ones. Kato and Naomi? welcome to the stream, Kato and Naomi. Thanks for joining us.
Come on, get relaxed. Take another hit, headed for a relapse. Lose your mind.
Hold on just a second. Let me send a message right quick, then we'll get started, guys.
With clenched fists, my hands steady. I'm ready to take this leap of faith in my palms sweaty. I'm so afraid in a state of panic.
Nah, let's swap the music around.
Best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the bass in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped it to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, this is gonna be it.
Hey, Em, if you can hear me, can you throw me in the StreamYard?
What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me oh my God. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit.
Thank you.
You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that's.
Alright, here we go, guys. This is live.
Better buckle up, cause you ain't seen nothing yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders.
What's up, everybody? Welcome, and thank you for joining us. This is the Cold Beer Confessional. I guess we're starting with Tony and M tonight. We were talking before the show, and they said they were going to come on for the first segment. What's up, guys? Long time no see. M, you haven't even been online at all, have you?
Been spending some time having a bit of a social detox. I've had some commitments, some personal commitments.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, it's awesome to be on this show. Obviously, one of the things I made sure I was doing was our last interview together, and I have a couple of other interviews lined up, and I've kept it to that really. I'm just trying to get that balance in my life a bit more.
Sure.
I guess it's kind of a bit overwhelming. A lot of people contacting me, emailing me, wanting to do shows as well and stuff. And yeah,
It
I was
wears
glad
you
to
out.
do that interview with you the other day. That was really fun. And the only other 2 interviews I have lined up are the one with Glenn Ward, which should hopefully be this week. And I have one with the Kevin Moore show, which is an exclusive, me telling people now. Exclusive here. I'm doing I've done an interview with the Kevin Moore show. He has like nearly 100,000 subscribers. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah.
It's all about a docu-series, which he asked me to have. I tried doing my Simon Parks background with all the cats and that, and he was like, "Can you do a neutral background?"
Right.
Because it's a serious documentary. I'm like, "I'm sorry, I'm not too serious. I'll be serious for you."
Right.
So yeah.
Well, I'm glad.
We talked, as you said before the show, and me and Tony were like, "Well, why not? Let's go on Will's show."
Sure. I didn't have it. I just brought you straight on because I didn't have the overlay set up. But I'm glad you're getting a break away from social media if you need it, man. It can wear you out pretty quick. Like I've had times where I had to step away, and just because it's overwhelming. Even if it's not everybody else, even if you're just like putting the pressure on yourself to get stuff done, man, it's overwhelming sometimes. Like people think you just sit here and make videos and everything's fun, but it gets to a point to where you feel like you got to do it and you got to have this time frame and it's got to be this good and you can really wear yourself out.
Yeah, I've got a normal life and I've got people in my life that I care about, and I don't want to, upset them either. Bit of a weird thing for me to say, but it's all about. We've got our own lives, we're normal people, we're real people, like Will, yourself, you're real people with real problems, and
right.
Sometimes it's funny, people then, when we talk about our real problems, will come back on us and say, well, why are you having these real problems? You're this guy on the internet. Do you know what I mean? You're not a real person.
Or say, just put on the show and leave your personal stuff out of it. I've had people tell me that all the time.
Exactly. But then we're doing these shows with our real lives.
Yeah.
And all of this stuff going on, and we don't share that with everyone else. We're there for everyone else. We do these shows for everyone else. And people might say, well, you're doing it for your own gain as well. Like, well, I mean, really, it's not. You don't understand. Like, some people do, but you don't understand how much of our lives go into being these influencers. And us three, I can say for sure, are doing this for not just for ourselves, and for me, it came to a point
there's
where
a reason behind it.
There's
a reason behind it.
And
we all have our own personal reasons for it.
And there's a motivation behind it. And for me, I don't need to do this, and I've never needed to do this, and I've never really asked for anything of anyone, and I don't, I have no problem with people asking for things for doing what we do. We do a lot for what we, we do so much, and it is draining, and it has an impact on our real lives, which people don't sometimes consider, that we might be real people. We're just these personalities on the internet. So I've decided to give myself some time. I'm happy to be here tonight. It was a bit impromptu. But literally, I wouldn't have planned this, because I'm trying to give myself some time. But I'm more than happy. I was happy to do the interview with you, Will, the other day, which is great. If you guys haven't checked it out, make sure you go and check that out. Don't know if you've uploaded it on your channel, Will, but it's certainly on mine. And that was well worth my time, even though that I am conserving my time right now.
I appreciate it.
It's a friend of mine, and was a happy, easy interview to do. But for all those that are messaging me on various social platforms and thinking that, there was a video brought out where apparently I'd been shot dead by white hats and that it was one of those, satire videos where apparently before I died, I was firing guns at the white hats, and everyone was laughing about it. But then I went silent, and people thought, "Shit, was he actually killed by the white hats? Is justice actually arrested?" No, I'm fine. I've done videos. I'm fine. It just coincided with a time where I thought I'm just going to be a bit quiet for a while and have some time to myself, which
yes.
I'm allowed.
Been peaceful, to be honest with you. I appreciate that. Tony, what are you doing? You're banned, huh? You're not even supposed to be on my channel. I might get.
You know what? I'm not here. I'm
okay.
I'm not on your channel, so I don't even know what you're talking about. No, I'm jumping on every once in a while. I'm getting some cool new things together. I have some content that I've been working on, and then I'm going to be bringing it out on the Veritas machine. I also have my new Crypto Cobra Kai page going. So, I've always been into cryptocurrency. I've always been into the technology for what cryptocurrency actually really does. And I've been in that game for quite a while. So I've been sharing some of my knowledge on that page because I think people really have to understand that we're going to be in a digital age and it's got nothing to do with Jasara Nasara.
Sure.
It's just some digital currency. I don't think there's any resets going to happen. I think people need to be prepared and have a plan. So, join me over there on Crypto Cobra Kai, Veritas Machine. I'm also back up on Parler. My Parler came back up. And,
cryptocurrency is a minefield. And, it's, I can't really comment except from the fact that I feel like that. And so it's only, you mentioned it in the last Griftbusters, and all I can say is I'm interested. Let's have a look at it. Let's see what you got to say. But I do worry about anything cryptocurrency, and I've never shied away from my thoughts on that.
There are scam coins, though. Don't get me wrong. There are scam coins where big, and this is one of the things that, to me, is part of a big grift, like what Mark Cuban is doing, what Elon Musk is doing, what they're doing over in China. They're taking a lot of this economy where, people that are hardworking people now have the opportunity to become more wealthy, to have more wealth. And I think that scares the shit out of the powers that be. And I think they're going to pull the rug out under it as much as possible. So I'm not a trader. I don't trade. My stuff's more about the mining end of it. But I do have some trading knowledge, but I'm more about the mining stuff.
There are a bunch of influencers too who just pump the shit. So like they will know something's junk.
Yeah, the Kim Kardashian
they also know
one. Yeah.
They also know that if they have 200,000 people that'll buy what they say buy, they'll buy it before the show, talk about it during the show, sell it as soon as they pump it up, and then it just the bottom falls out of it. They're doing it from YouTube channels because they're big enough. It's pretty crazy.
And they will pump that up. They'll get some they'll get a big payday out of it, and then that's it. And then a lot of people are left holding the bag with whatever they put into it.
Right.
So your scam and your porn coins, they call them.
That's it.
And hello to everybody in the chat. Thanks for the greetings. I appreciate it. What's up, everybody?
No, yeah,
I've
welcome.
got to raise something in the chat. Someone asked, how do they know that I'm not a clone? That I've not been taken out by the white hats. And
your background is different. It looks clonish.
Yeah.
Maybe I am. Have you noticed down here? This usually says M Secret Truth. Suddenly it only says M. Conspiracy theory.
Well, I can tell you right now, being a member of MI6, and I just got off the phone with Q. And Q said that a clone is being made, but we're counting on Will to make the legs with his printer.
Okay.
With his 3D printer. So we got to get the legs from you.
That makes sense. Someone figure if I could make legs, I could make my own?
If I was a clone.
We thought since you're so good at it, you made them crazy running ones.
Gotcha.
Well, that's the thing, How do you know, Will, that your legs are not clone legs? They could totally be clone legs.
Could.
And the thing is, how would I know I'm not a clone of M?
Right?
Would I know?
Yeah, you wouldn't know specifically.
Maybe
it's like
I am.
living in the Matrix. How you can't tell. Hey, I do have.
Maybe I'm coming out of the clone closet right now. You know.
Oh no.
I'm sorry. I remember my birth. It was about a week ago, and I woke up in some crazy fluid.
Slime, really.
You were in a harbor.
What the fuck's this? Who knows? But I need to get onto my YouTube channel to carry on as I was and not mention the fact that I'm a clone.
That's because you're under Admiral Law. That makes sense that you were born in ocean water.
Birthed. You weren't born. You were birthed.
I was totally born in some fake amniotic fluid in some sort of med bed style. And that happened a week ago. And I am a fresh new clone.
Sounds about right. Hey,
do you still have the herpes?
I still have the sarcasm. That's definitely.
Hey. Do you? I actually got a clip that I wanted to get your guys' reaction on because I don't know if you might have seen it. I'm pretty sure Tony's seen it. You might have seen it too, but I haven't talked to you about it. So I was going to talk to you about it today when we were in the meeting. I had to go, but let me show you this clip of Scott McKay. So, share screen. Share audio, and I want this screen here. Okay, can somebody approve that?
You got it. We'll have to add the stream.
Yeah. I can't do it. I don't know what happened. Is this Tony's StreamYard or M?
Yeah, this is the Gripbusters one.
Original.
It's because I'm on a different browser. That's the problem.
Oh.
That's the problem.
Yeah, just tell me.
All right, let me play this screen right here. Check this out from Scott McKay. I wonder who Scott people. He ate audience. Little old me.
The only thing that the Alliance powers are waiting for, the only thing is you. They're waiting for you. They are doing what they are doing, and they've been doing it. The latest intel I got, I have a number of Intel 3 Intel sources.
Intel, huh?
Latest intel I got, now this is what I heard. All right, I know
6 hours of intel, by the way.
And there is one channel out there, has about this many subscribers, made a career on this channel of attacking me every day.
We got 90 subscribers.
Just your basic issue dime store douche. These guys are out there. He can't even get more than 15.
Anytime he says dime store douche, we always know who he's talking about. I'm thinking I have shirts made that say the dime store douche.
That is your code name.
He stopped a live event for this.
Subscribers can't make a
Let's
living.
skip ahead somewhere.
On me, Patriot, making 6 figures. There are people. I'm like, you shitting me? There are people making 6 figures a year on me, Patriot Street Fighter, because they grab my stuff, upload it, monetize it through YouTube. They kick me off. I'm on channel 15, but they'll let these other people take my stuff and make money on it. Why do they do that? Because I tell them, take all my information. Pump it out there in the world. Get some money out of these scumbags.
Well, then why can't you let me take your
get money out of these scumbags. I can't.
What's up? Did you say something? I didn't hear you.
Yeah, I said because they can't seem to block you with their AI yet, right?
Yeah, his jab at me is that I can't get any subscribers and that everyone else is making money off Patriot Street Fighter, but I'm the only one who's like not monetized, not making money, not doing good. And then he says, "Well, here, I want you to hear it from him." He says, "I can't wait to run into him or something here." Let's see.
Scumbags.
Well, then why can't you let me take your
just
videos?
Get that information out there.
Scumbags.
It's an attack machine. I'd like to tell you his name, but I don't want you to go looking for him because he'll be stupid enough to think that he's got a lot of subscribers because you really are interested in him. He's a sad, sorry son of a bitch. I'm gonna run into him today, really good.
What the fuck is wrong with that?
Sure, I will. I hope I run into him. I'm sure I will. He stopped a live show.
Not getting into his head whatsoever. Obviously,
you are
and that is
haunting
again
him.
is sarcasm.
He wakes up and he's like in the middle of the night. He's trying to feel for his legs. Come here, confession.
He's on stage talking to the biggest kind of event of his life, perhaps.
Yeah.
And he's going, this dime store douchebag.
Well, you know what? At least you can appreciate.
I've got no subscribers, and he's not affecting me whatsoever.
On
Stage.
You guys do realize that they're under these flags are fucking wheels, right? You understand that he is on a stage that came in. That is a flatbed.
Right.
Okay. They're below these flags. Those are fucking wheels below there. They are. I don't know if anybody saw, but I think that they might let the frame slip again. But you can see the wheels on the bus going round and round, if you know what I mean.
Oh yeah. I can't believe
us go round and round, round and round.
when I saw it, I couldn't believe it that he would there's people there to see him that paid to come here, and he's going to stop the show and address the person that he never has to address. It just, I don't know. It was crazy to me. I couldn't believe it, but it's all because he doesn't want to tell the audience, or he knows that I'll make fun of him when he tells the audience that he has intel that there were thousands of children hanging on meat hooks underneath the White House. Yeah. So that's what he tells the crowd.
Yes.
That they just found them.
I got it for you. Hold on.
Tony getting a delivery. Here's the rest of it. He tells them the meat hook story. Hold on.
Carry on.
Is this?
I am the channel that is too small to matter. I who cannot get thing of interest in the channel that doesn't be talked about. But you
it would not be
can't
mentioned on
me.
stage.
Yep.
In front of
you even have to use these vague fucking threats about I can't wait to meet him. I'm sure I will. Hope I do. Shut the fuck up, Scott. If I'm the I don't know if I got the rest of the clip. It doesn't matter. He tells the audience that he had a 6.5 hour intel briefing, and during this briefing they told him that there were literally thousands of kids found on meat hooks underneath the White House, and they just brought them out of there. They just
is that
now.
To dry age them for Joe?
I have no idea. I saw it on Real Raw News, the meat hooks thing, and then of course he picked it up to spread it as well. But I didn't think he'd address me like that.
What a promotion for your channel, Will.
Yeah, I know.
As a dime store douchebag, you're obviously, not making the stage for
you
the
should
biggest.
You should hashtag your stuff dime store douchebag.
Yeah,
I'll get some merch made.
How are you making?
Dude, hashtag dime store douchebag, bro. I'm telling you, put on a hat.
How is he talking?
T-shirt.
How is he talking about you on stage? Right there.
Yeah, I don't know. I couldn't believe it, honestly.
Comprehend that. I can't comprehend him saying you're insignificant
and then talking. Yeah.
Because
he doesn't mention anybody else that talks negatively about him, but I'm the one who can't make any money or have any followers or nothing, and it just causes people to try to find me. Like there's literally people that show up in the comments. They'll be like, "Oh, this is who Scott was talking about."
Who's the dime store douchebag?
Oh, he's
literally promoting you as well. How does he not think that people are going to want to know who this dime store douchebag is?
The other things that were of interest in that speech is he told his people that they need to leave Christianity, that Christianity's wrong, that they need to follow his religion, and he also told them that he appreciates them showing up at events, watching his videos and commenting because he feeds off their souls. So
wow.
I don't know.
He is a soul feeder?
Yeah.
I know. I am a soul feeder.
Sounds like a Scott's the Antichrist.
Souls.
That's
subscribe to me and I will suck your blood.
Oh
yeah, it was pretty messed up, to be honest with you. Like I couldn't believe that part. But he is still on tour.
I'm wondering how much those shoot. If they're like, listen, you gotta be really careful on this stage with those shoes. Okay, Scott.
You're a lot higher than what you look.
You might throw this whole thing off, bro.
Oh, he's still on tour, and Robert David Steele called him either a satanic pedo. He said there's 3 types of people out there. There's satanic pedos, there are cult leaders, and there are criminals. And I'm glad that we kicked those people off our tour.
Yeah, all of them.
I don't know which one he was calling Scott, but apparently one of them. Yeah,
so he's calling Scott and Sasha. Potentially.
Well, no, he says I still really like Sasha, and I want him to show up July 4th. He's invited, but
where's
the other people
107?
I'm not going to mention. That's what he says.
But Scott's either a pedo or a what?
A satanic pedo, a cult leader, or a criminal.
Yeah, I'll put my
And-
money on Cult Leader is what they're probably referring to. But either of
Must have
those
been.
are not good, are they,
Yeah.
Scotty boy?
When's Nino showing up? Which tour is Dave going for? Because I saw
you
should see some of his clip from today, bro. You should.
He
see
did
some
an
of
interview
his.
today with RDS. That was one of the videos. I just saw it somewhere. That's
Somebody
the video.
sent me a little screenshot, right? And they showed he was just babbling.
Oh
He
no!
was literally just babbling, not saying anything. And the screenshot was like they sent he was saying some stuff about black people, and you know what I mean? Like he was already going in the racist direction, you know. I mean, he just cannot help himself, you know. And he's got now he looks cockier than ever. Okay, so he says, "Oh, me and 107 had the biggest stream. We had 36,000 people on last night. I'm the undisputed heavyweight." He held his arm up, undisputed heavyweight champion.
Oh God! You know what's weird? Juan told him to leave that stream up, and he's like, "Oh, you mean for a few hours?" He's like, "No, leave it up. Tell him it's time. It's time to do this. It's time to leave it up." He only left it up for 3 hours, then he took it down. And that was literally in the interview. Juan telling him that he needs to leave it up.
Wow.
I figured I would see it today, but they took it down for sure.
And he said something very weird. He said something very strange.
What's that?
He said something like, in his thing, he said, there's something about there's not enough people on BitChute or this or that, you know, like there's not enough people. And he said something under his breath, kind of like, and that's what they told us. You know what I mean? Like he said something like that in there, like something slipped. I can't really nail it down, but I know it was from his thing today, I think. And he said something like that, you know?
Sure. Yeah.
Because it was like,
I have to look for it.
I got an email today. Apparently, you guys know about this, but they asked me to go easy on David Nino Rodriguez. Apparently, he's close to a mental breakdown, according to this email. This lady had said that she'd mentioned in comments before that you both had seen it. She was asking me to contact you guys and ask you to go easy on him. And as I said to her, I've not really mentioned David in pretty much any of my videos. I've barely mentioned him at all.
Is she his physician?
Sorry?
I'm just curious. Is she his physician?
Apparently, she was a fan and then was just concerned about him and then was a fan of us.
I haven't mentioned him in months.
Didn't want to leave him alone and said that she'd made comments in your videos, I'm guessing, Will, saying to please go easy on him. I think he's not quite right in the head right now. I don't know. You know, if David, if you're watching this, if you're struggling or whatnot, please seek proper help. And you know, me saying this is literally because I was concerned by what I read. It might be just some random person, who knows? You know, I don't really mention him really, but I thought it was worth. You're both in this room, in this chat room, and she'd apparently mentioned it to you both before. And in the last Griftbusters, we mentioned maybe a personal issue that was
his dad had some health issues.
Yeah. So, you know, I would rather be someone who acts on this and raises it with you guys and anyone watching. I suppose if he is having a mental breakdown, hopefully he's okay. And if you're watching this, David, you know, just please distance yourself from these guys that have had a hold on you and reevaluate what's important. Yeah,
it's not going to get any better with the grifters that you're running around with. They're going to continue to miss dates, and you're going to be stressed out, and your chat's going to be asking why you're lying to them over and over again.
And exactly, and it's not coming from you, but you're backing them. So stop backing them. Go off on your own. You'll be perfectly successful on your own. You've got lots of people that like you for you, and not because you're friends with Charlie Ward or others. So, David, if you're watching, and you're struggling, take that advice. Separate yourself from these affiliates and do your own thing, because you've got a good message at the core. It seems to me that perhaps you have a good heart and you're just being misled by some pretty awful people. And maybe that's the root of all your struggles. So that's my message.
Okay. Well, I would like to say,
okay.
All right. I would like to say, Dave, if you do have a breakdown, can you just do it live on YouTube? Because that would be fucking awesome. I think he's fine.
I haven't covered.
You know what? I think the guy's okay. I think he was having a little bit of a downtime when his dad was sick, and we mentioned that. I look at the guy, and I've always seen somebody like what people, I have CTE. Okay, I'm just going to let you guys know that. All right, I have CTE, I have PTSD, but I have a brain injury. Okay, I have a TBI, I have a traumatic brain injury, and I could see his is much worse than mine, because he took a lot of shots to the head. I didn't take as many, but I took a couple. I played hockey and contact sports, and that's kind of how I got it. Is lacrosse and shit like that. So when I see his stuff go on, I really don't feel like he's like in any kind of dangerous situation. And I feel like there's enough people around him that if he is, that somebody's going to do something about it. He seems to have people around him when he's broadcasting. Like I've seen other hands come into the frame and stuff. I mean, it's not like he's alone there,
Yeah,
So
I think his mom hangs out with him quite a bit.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's okay. That's just my opinion, But again, I'm not a doctor. I'm not a physician.
And it's all easy to speculate, and it's all easy for me to speculate based on that email. I think the real message is whether or not there's hands in his video. I mean, the thing is I think we can all agree that he seems like someone that is easily misled. Whether or not he has any bad intentions, I don't think he does. And many of my subscribers have commented saying, I think that he's just being duped. Whether or not it's true, I mean, he does ask for money a lot, which is something we've made fun of, especially you two, and especially this guy that we met called David Gino Rodriguez.
Right.
He was really...
I mean, he was awesome to have on our show, but he really brought this to light. Now, I can't agree with that sort of, is it grifting? I suppose it is. It is grifting, when you're asking profusely for that sort of money for information which might not be real. But with him, I just have something in me that says that he has been taken advantage of. And for that, and not only that, even if he was a grifter and a bad person, if he really was struggling with mental health and he really was in a bad way, then, he can always redeem himself. And we don't want anything bad to happen to anyone that's really struggling like that. So regardless of his situation, again, I'll go back to what I said before. Stop hanging around with grifters and bad people. Carry on as yourself. You'll probably still be popular and make money as yourself if you drop all of these liars, is what I will say. Because no lies, I think, have directly come from him. He's always referenced someone else and then asked for money for it. Is that right?
Yeah. He doesn't claim to have his own intel. He just talks about everybody else. And then what gets me about him even asking for money is like, guys, if you want me to keep telling you all this stuff, if you want to keep hearing this from me, if you want me to keep going, it's never just like, I do this, I don't have time to work a job. I don't have this, I'm doing this 24 hours a day on my channel. It's always, if you want this, then you have to do this. The same way Scott does. Like, if you want to support the mission, you got to send in money. And the mission's saving kids or whatever. I don't know. I don't hardly ever cover him. I probably haven't covered him months. I mean, I'm covering him tonight, but just because he was interviewing RDS, and we've been covering the tour stuff, but I don't think I've covered him in months, honestly. One of his videos.
I've pretty much never mentioned him ever.
Yeah,
Yeah, I think he knows.
Hope he gets through it all right.
I think he knows exactly what he's doing. That's just my opinion, guys. I mean, I'm sorry. I understand what you're saying. And there was a time, a while back, but he's heard too much of it. There are people that he has around him that have walked out of his life that have known him for years and years and years, right? That Will and I know, through some stuff. And I don't know if you've met her yet or anything like that, but we know some people who know him like very well. And, I of course have empathy for anybody who's suffering. I don't think he is. I think he's he's just scared to lose the gig.
I thought Dr. Shiva almost flipped him. Did you guys see the interview he did with Shiva? It was a while back now, but a couple months ago.
I didn't. I heard about it.
I do agree that he would do just fine by himself, though. He would do totally fine.
Oh yeah.
I think he would do even better if he stepped away from it and sort of forged a couple of his own opinions and put them out there and said, hey, and if he didn't like what was going on with the hierarchy of that team, but who knows? Maybe they got him backed into a corner.
Tony, I have to say, I do agree with you and appreciate your very forward and blunt, assessment. He could be literally aware of what he's doing, and that is why that we talked about him in the first place. Not that we did much anyway. David Gino Rodriguez did most of it, but he's a different one for me. I do wonder how much he's been taken advantage of, and whether or not he has or not. Everyone, I care about, and he is someone who hasn't profusely spread lies from his own back. He's supported and enabled some bad people, and I hope that he will stop that. But in terms of him, he can save himself. And if he's having a hard time, I feel for him. That's as far as it goes.
Yeah, he could definitely save himself if he'd step back a little bit away from what he's been doing. But we'll see how it works out, I guess. I don't know.
I think he could be a real asset for changing things on a local level and motivating people who are even younger to come out and start to get active with local government, local voting systems, everything, to start to learn and educate yourself about how do they do it? Well, why are they voting there? Okay. Well, there's a lot of questions you have, then find them out. Learn about how voting works so you don't get so pissed off next time.
Oh, yeah, I don't wish it will on anybody. Hope he works out all right. But
it's okay.
Yeah, what else you got? I don't guess you got much going on. You got anything coming up, Tony? Wait, I'll let you do your interview or whatever you got coming up. But Tony, you got anything first?
Yeah, I got some stuff going on Twitch. I'm doing my lives there. Of course, I'll transfer them over to YouTube once my shit mellows out over there. But look, here's the thing, man, is that a lot of people don't understand that I'm just a blunt person,
Mm-hmm.
and I don't. I'm not very patient, and I'm a little impulsive, but I really do care about people. And one thing that I think everybody here would agree on is, before I leave, I want to see some more fucking donations. GoFundMe for Will.
Oh, yeah.
Because we all got to come together and help Will out here, because this is something that I've been thinking a lot about, and putting a lot of thought on how just our veterans in general are treated in this country, and how it's this is fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
And that's how I feel about it. And
Will,
hold
so
on.
what else you got?
I'm sorry. I get a little choked up here, but you don't deserve that, bud. And that's all I got to say about that.
Thank you, man.
And we love you, dude. We do.
Yeah, thank you. I
Tony,
appreciate it.
yeah, I really,
Thanks, man.
that's pretty profound, and I appreciate you coming forward and saying that. To be fair,
Sure.
it just shows
Yeah,
us a whole
thank you.
side of you, which I think a lot of people don't know, and that is that you are.
I'm sorry. I'm just kidding. That's my mechanism, dude.
He ruined
Sorry.
it, Em. He ruined it.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Seriously.
I did ruin the moment. I'm so
No,
sorry.
I'm talking about Tony ruined it. Yeah, you gave him a compliment, and he told you to shut up.
I'm just kidding, man. I really appreciate you saying something. But
no, Tony, people do love you and appreciate, your bluntness, but your realness, and here is your realness,
Yeah.
I don't like seeing people suffer. That's all. It's not fair.
Yeah, thank you, man.
It's just not fair. Yeah.
I appreciate it. We'll get there. We still got the GoFundMe going. Actually, I'm not gonna announce it yet because it's not for sure. But we may all be on a show coming up about that's going to help promote the GoFundMe, and we're all going to hang out and stuff. That might be fun. Who is the guy that you just said? What was his name? Kevin Moore. The Kevin Moore Show. Is that the guy?
Yeah, I've just recorded an interview with Kevin Moore.
It's a two-part.
That will come out
right?
soon. This was the thing that I was saying that I was doing that I wasn't saying anything about. So it's pretty exclusive to this show that I'm doing that. He's got a pretty big following, and but he's doing a documentary which he explained to me was about Simon Parks, and because I'd done a video on him before, that's really why he wanted to talk to me. Funnily enough, when he talked to me, he wanted to know all about Charlie Ward and the 30 Reasons and all of that, mostly. But we talked about so much. We talked about Simon Parks. We talked about Greg Hallett, the Fake King, and how we talked about my YouTube channel, how we got started out. We talked about Griftbusters, and we talked about briefly, obviously, the other three guys around me. So Will, Tony, Justice. It was such a great interview, and it was about 3 hours long. So I'll release that in two parts. Of course, he wants to remove the juiciest parts, or let's say juiciest parts, the parts most relevant. I thought
he was going in a Kazarian direction there.
No.
The parts most relevant to this docuseries. He's making a docuseries about this, and he's making it all professional. This is why I have this background, because I did the Simon Parks background of all the cats around it, and he found it hilarious, and he was like, can we do a neutral background? Because it's going to be a serious documentary. Right. However, it wouldn't usually be in some sort of Zoom call, StreamYard call, but we'll get away with it because it's because of the pandemic and stuff, and everyone's talking online.
Sure.
So I showed him about 3 different pictures with cats in space, cat laser eyeing the Death Star.
Are you getting that?
He was laughing, but he was like, come on, seriously. So I had to find this background. And then, it was a great interview. It took 3 hours. So I probably will release that in 2 parts, 2 hour and a bit episodes. He's obviously going to take out maybe half an hour's worth that he wants to save for the actual professional docuseries. Sure. And like I say, at one point we spend about 15-20 minutes talking about Griftbusters and our work, and all of you get a mention, and so that will be interesting too, to anyone that follows Tony, to anyone that follows Will. 2 parts. Hopefully the first part will be out this coming week.
Well, you also were mentioning in the and I saw the interview with Will. Everybody, I recommend that you go watch that. It's really great. Watch it, share it. Super cool. They cover a lot of great stuff. A lot of the origins of Cold War Confessional, which you may not know about. Go back in the archives. What I wanted to know personally, you were mentioning the part 2, I believe, of the Glenn Ballard. Glenn Ward. I'm sorry. Glenn Ballard's a producer who I always get confused when I say the name Glenn. Glenn Ward. Yeah. Glenn Ballard was my neighbor. He was Alanis Morissette's producer. Sorry. Glenn Ward.
That's a cool story.
Yeah.
That would be Charlie Ward's biological son. who has done an interview with me before. People have been asking constantly, where's the second part of that interview? It was meant to be a couple of weeks ago now. It has been suspended for various reasons, not just Glenn's reasons, my own reasons too. It is still coming. And I did find out, hopefully, it should be this week. I said that last week, I know. We've had from both parts. And the thing is with Glenn, he doesn't have to do these interviews. It's he's doing it literally for the good of others. I have a YouTube channel. I have these slight interests, but I don't mind how long he takes, as long as he still wants to do it, as long as he's still got the intention of helping people. I'll put it off as long as he wants, and I'm happy that he wants to talk to me.
Yeah, for sure.
I understand that he's been contacted by mainstream media too. They've seen our interview and they want to put it on to British mainstream media, or not necessarily put our interview on there, but to interview him. And he's chosen to keep that at arm's length and to honor his interview with me. And that is massive for me. And it doesn't matter how long he takes, whenever he's ready. So I can promise you guys that it's going to happen. But when it happens, it happens. And if it doesn't happen this week, like I've said, it doesn't. And whenever he's ready, because we all appreciate him doing what he's doing for the good of other people.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Yeah, those are great interviews. Seems like a great guy too.
Yeah, it's a great guy. I really appreciate it. Great to interview. Easy to interview.
And you're not going to get that viewpoint from anybody else. Like it's Charlie Ward's son. Like you can't get it anywhere else.
Seems like there should be some kind of British 60 Minutes show or something that would be interested in bringing out what's going on with this guy. I'm surprised that something hasn't happened on that level in England thus far. Or do they just not care about him enough there? Or I don't know.
As I said, Tony, the mainstream media channels are talking to him already.
Wow. I mean,
good deal.
It's about time.
Yeah.
Hopefully you broke the story beforehand. That would be cool if it becomes a big story and you can always look back on. Right now you got the 30 reasons why or whatever. It seems to be like why everybody contacts you. But if you break this story and then it becomes real big on mainstream, maybe that'd be the reason why people contact you to do interviews or whatever.
I mean, even with this Kevin Moore show, I mean, he first contacted me through seeing part one of the interview with Glenn. And I thought he wanted to get hold of Glenn. So I was like, well, you can talk to me. And in fact, he wanted to talk to me. I mean, he does want to use some of the footage from the Glenn interview, apparently. But, he wanted to talk to me, actually.
How long has it been since you've released 30 Reasons?
February the 8th, I think it was. This year, I started my YouTube channel last year in August. I had a normal following as I was exposing the fake king up until December. When this year hit, 2021, I started reporting on more so on other grifters. Simon Parks was the first one that got a lot of notice. And then I went on to talk about Charlie Ward, who was promoting this fake king, who I'd spent September, October, November, December, at least 4 months seriously looking into. And my YouTube channel took off from basically beginning of this year. And it went, 20,000 views, 40,000 views, 50, 60, 70,000 views. And it went from there. And my YouTube went from 4,000 subscribers to now 16.5, I think.
Nice. People are starting to come and look and watch, and it's building up. And, just the frustration that I have is just seeing people still just flock to this stuff. It's almost like you're like, hey, you know what? There's a fucking train coming, and you're standing on the track. Well, there's a train coming, and you're standing on the track. It's like that kind of thing. You get like move.
Yeah, for sure. Get out of the way. I've had quite a few people that have come recently from like Scott McKay, like got upset at Scott McKay, or got upset at this, or got upset at that, and have joined the show. A lot of people leave that in the comments, like I used to follow Scott McKay. I can't believe it. I'm embarrassed, but now I'm here. I've been growing better than I ever have. Nothing like either one of y'all's channels, but we've been growing like crazy here. Compared to what we were 3 or 4 months ago, for sure.
You know one train you could never avoid?
What's that?
Game train, if you remember.
Game train. Yeah,
You know what
they'll
news
probably
you
be
can
on
never
a little
avoid?
bit.
Am I right, chat?
Nightlight news.
And the
Night
night news. I fucking am sitting there. Night news and the night news and the night news. And
yeah,
I am
they're
literally,
tripping.
and I did this a couple times during the Game Train song. I pulled the whistle on the Game Train. Good
I
shit,
gotcha.
man. Good
I just
shit.
wanna give a
Happy
shout
belated
out.
Father's Day, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah,
I
happy
appreciate it.
Father's Day to all those fathers out there. It appears I figured, because Mother's Day was different in America and Britain, that Father's Day would be, but it's not. Apart from the fact that I'm so many hours ahead, and
Right.
Will was saying Happy Father's Day, and I was like, well, that was yesterday, because technically I'm a day ahead right now.
Oh, yeah, I gotcha.
But yeah, I wanted to just to say, to give a special shout out to Nick Baker, who told me to shut up a little while ago, and just give him a big shout out and say, "Shut up, Nick." Yeah.
It's fair.
All right, guys. You guys got anything else? I'm gonna roll over to the next part of the
I'm
show.
gonna let
I appreciate you
do
coming
your
on.
whole
Yeah.
show.
Why don't you get on the show? Everybody make sure we get all this done. Share Will's channel with everybody you know. Right now, you could take it, you could copy it, you could paste it into the text, you could share it on your social medias. Let's go.
That's right.
Full
That's right.
circle.
The link's
love you, Will.
just about everywhere. Thank you, guys. I appreciate it. Thank you for coming on.
All right, we'll see you,
So
man.
anyone that doesn't know, this is the M Seeker bot. It's not the Mobot. It's not anything to do with. I don't know if you guys know that, being American, but M Seeker bot. This is the new thing that you have to do. M Seeker of truth, and So do that when you're in the street, when you're in Asda, Tesco, whatever, buying your bread and your milk. I support M. And
That's
thank you for watching us. Thank you for watching,
Absolutely.
Will, and I'm happy to have been here, Will. Cheers.
Yeah.
All right, see you guys.
Thank you.
See you guys in the next one. All right.
Appreciate it.
Man. Take.
All right, guys. We were just hanging out, and we thought it'd be a good idea. Thank you for whoever pointed out that I have the wrong link for Telegram. I appreciate that. But we were just hanging out, and I figured I'd bring them on. Might as well. I mean, we were sitting there hanging out anyways. Let me get my camera back up right quick, and we can go from there. Is that me? That's me. The camera's coming on. Thank you for joining us tonight. This is the Cold Break Confessional. We started off with M. Seeker and Tony. Thank you for joining us. Please, wherever you're at, no matter where you're at, if you're on Facebook or YouTube, like and share the video. I would appreciate that. Let me get the chat up. If you want to go above and beyond likes, you can go to cultclub.com, KULTKLUB, cultclub.com. You can leave a tip with a message there. And if you're coming from Facebook, it's better to go to buymeacoffee.com/coldbeer, buymeacoffee.com/coldbeer. It won't ask you to sign in that way. And the GoFundMe, all the links are already running. I started them while we were messing around, but thank those guys for joining us today. Thank you guys for joining us. We got a couple videos we're going to go over. Let me adjust the screen size right quick. We got a couple different videos we're going to go over. We do have some David Nino. Believe it or not, the one day that I haven't covered him forever, now we're going to cover him. We have him and RDS because the tour's still going on. We have some tour footage. We have some Kirsten footage with Scott and Sasha. And they did another little interview about Florida, I guess. And I don't know if I got anything else. Yeah, I guess we'll go into some frog stuff. because we have the frogs on. This show is in memory of Mike the frog. No one knows where he's at, but I'm guessing he's probably starting to set up pretty hard. He's getting cold, cold to the touch, I would say. I think Doug may have offed him allegedly, and he's just not telling us. He tried to flee to Tampa. They made him come back, and now he's back at his house. He doesn't know what to do with himself, but we'll check into all that later. Let's start with this one. Uh-oh, stuck it in the wrong place. He goes right here. Let's start with this one. Robert David Steele and Nino. Let's see what they had to say about the tour coming up. Maybe.
Here we are. I'm going to put this on.
I think I got it,
YouTube,
Thomas.
Robert,
I'll check right now.
Because we got to be careful what we say. It's fluff tube now. I call it fluff tube.
I will. Right now, I'm going to fix the bot. By the way, for the I'm going to fix the bot for the Telegram chat. I didn't realize it's messed up. Thank you for whoever told me that. I didn't even know it.
Instead of YouTube.
Yeah,
I put all my fun stuff on Nino's Corner, and then I put the fluff on YouTube.
well, we're posting on Rumble and BitChute, and then of course I have
start doing. I thought. Go ahead.
No, I have a complete private backup just in case BitChute goes down one day. But when this tour is over, I'm going to focus on creating Web 3.0, and it's an exciting time because everybody is seeing just how bad it is, not only in the information technology arena, but the Senate just passed a law that gives an authorization that gives billions of dollars to the National Institute of Health to experiment with cross-fertilizing animal and human. I mean, to create what are called chimeras.
so that hold on. So that you mean hold on, wait a second, genetics.
Yes.
Okay, so that
You
would
mean
make
genetics?
sense because they put out that is it that new show on Netflix where they're putting the propaganda of human hybrids. Have you
Yes.
seen that? So they
Yes.
do that first. That's what they did. They put that out there, and then here they go with this. Makes sense. So they first feed you the propaganda, and then here it comes.
One of the things that I'm really finding interesting.
What is this at the very bottom that says call to arms? We're seeking 5,000 patriots at bigbatusa.org. 5,000 patriots for what? To donate? Is that you just seeking 5,000 people to give you money?
Interesting about this tour is we're going to places where real people live, good people. And what we're seeing is everybody is saying enough of this. The government keeps trying to intrude. In fact, just yesterday we were in Fallon, Nevada, and a woman was talking about how her state tried to pass a law that made every pet owner a breeder who was subject to home inspection.
Mm.
What?
Yeah.
See, they find any little way to get in, Robert. Any little way.
That's exactly right. And so what's happening now across America is a push toward constitutional counties, toward restoring faith, family, and freedom, toward localization, and toward holding all elected and accounted officials accountable on a day-to-day basis. And
So would this go with Richard Mack, the way he says he's flipping counties?
I put this tour together. I am the sole financial and legal responsibility for this responsible person for this tour. And I was inspired by three people, by Richard Mack with his constitutional county idea, by Juan O. Savin, who encouraged me to be at Mount Rushmore.
Juan O.
And by
Savin.
Trent Luce, who knows every county fair, every feedlot, every rancher, every farmer across this country. And so what's happened to me on this tour is I'm becoming a better person, and I'm getting a better understanding of America and the goodness of America. What's happened is that the East and West Coasts and the cities have become cesspools of evil. And the federal, state, and local governments are out of control. They're in violation of the Constitution. The FBI is framing people for murder. There's just so much bad stuff.
I really do hate that Robert David Steele has taken this very weird Juan O. Savin and Trump announcing victory on our tour and this weird thing, because he raises some valid points about there's been issues with FBI entrapment for years. They usually find young, angry teenagers and convince them that they're on the same side, and then say, hey, guys, you want to go do this to this building? You know, that's pretty fucked up. There's a lot of government overreach, especially in the last year. doing stuff above and beyond what they're allowed to do. There's some issues with how long a state of emergency should be declared and last, where a governor has all the power in the state without the legislative branch having any. There's issues like that he brings to light, covered with all this other bullshit about med beds and Ascension and all the other stupid shit
going on. Now, I got to tell you, Nino, it's so crazy that I lean very strongly toward this being a WrestleMania drama. And it's part of waking the public up so that when we do a clean house, you have to get rid of the satanic elements. And we have a lot of, I mean, you and I got to know each other when I saw that incredible video that you did on child trafficking out of Hollywood. The satanic elements have been in control for a long time. I think they're now being pushed back. Juan Savin told me 2 days ago, playtime is over. I think
sure.
We're now in the mop-up phase, and I dare to hope that such insanities as trying to create a non-human clone. I mean, they're trying to take our humanity away. Kevin Jenkins on the tour ends every one of our presentations ends with people hugging each other, because this whole mask and lockdown thing is about taking away our humanity and seeing how many people will put up with absolute baloney restrictions that have no basis in science or in law or in the Constitution. There is no constitutional exemption to freedom of assembly.
Right.
So I have to say,
how many counties have successfully gone to constitution, like have flipped, like from Richard Mackesome, he's got like 2 or 3 now. Is it building?
Well, there's a difference between counties that do an official declaration, which I think is 3 to 5, something like that.
Okay.
And then counties that have sheriffs that are actually constitutional sheriffs as opposed to statute sheriffs.
Yeah.
Statute sheriffs are basically brown noser appointees who have been rigged into the system, and they follow orders from the deep state. Constitutional sheriffs understand that they represent the people. And Sheriff Brad Rogers is perhaps the best example of this. He's gone on record as saying that sheriffs have to protect their citizens against abuse of power by elected and appointed officials. And in Sheriff Brad Rogers' case, he defended an Amish farmer who was being harassed by the FDA. And Brad said,
what is Amish? What is an Amish farmer? Amish?
An email, and he's coming on the tour in a few days. He sent an email to the Fed saying, you come into my county, you're going to see the inside of my county jail. And sheriffs have the authority to deputize as many.
Are the sheriffs kind of the last line of defense?
That's exactly
when it comes to the
right.
Constitution.
Sheriffs have a shit ton of power, honestly. Sheriffs can do quite a bit more than like a police chief.
That's exactly right. Yes, they are. And that's why
the Amish are a beautiful people.
I made the investment.
They come from Amishia.
I'm paying for the Constitutional Sheriffs and Peace Officers Association. Coach, or actually not me. I'm a steward for the people who have donated $1.4 million that we've spent. We still need to raise another $500,000. I basically have $75,000 in bills to pay every Monday. Yeah. But the bottom line here is this $1.4 million has been raised $100 at a time. And there's a full accounting for how I've spent the money at bigbatusa.org.
Yeah, I mean, there is an accounting. He's not lying. It just seems like a lot of people are overpaid, and I would like to know that these people in these positions are not like your cousin or your friend's friend or the best man at your wedding's making $20,000 a week being your tour manager.
On the funding page, there's also
so you're very transparent with it.
Some people seem like they're getting overpaid for sure.
Absolutely transparent, and you know, I am amused. I'm not even angry. I'm just amused at the extent to which people are trying to undermine this tour. I start every one of my speeches by saying that my interim tactical objective is the elimination of the Democratic and Republican parties, and I get a standing ovation. People understand that the Republican and Democratic parties are fronts for the deep state, and that we need to move to people, not parties. We need to move to truthful information. We need to move to people showing up at school board meetings in blocks of 50, not one at a time.
Yeah, I agree.
What's happening across this country? And we've also announced that
It's
we're going to do
Hamish
this
from
tour every year.
Braveheart.
Next year, we may do it in 2 pieces. January, February for the state and county fairs in the north, and then in the south, and then June and July. We're still looking at where exactly we get the biggest bang for the buck. We don't ever want to do a 111-day tour again. That's just too long.
That's what this one is right now.
111 days. It's now moved to 90 stops instead of 84, and we're hitting all 50 states. We've been offered a private airplane to go to Alaska and Hawaii, but we will not go to Alaska and Hawaii if they still have COVID tests. And
Right. Yeah.
and
No, I'm not
vaccine
doing any of that.
passports. Yeah, but
Right.
bottom line here is we are touching hearts and minds across this country, and out of I think out of maybe 5,000 donations, I forget how many donations, because some have been 100, some have been 25, some have been 1,000. We have had exactly 5 refunds. 5 refunds out of thousands
Really?
of donations. Yeah.
Why would even like?
Well, there are some people out there who are slandering me. There are some people out there who have stolen from me.
I was going to ask you.
Ooh, that's what somebody warned me about. It seems as if he's calling someone a thief and a slanderer. We can basically bet that he's allegedly saying Scott is a slanderer. The thief, I don't know. Well, let's go one more time with that.
There are some people out there who have stolen from me.
I was going to ask you about that. Do you mind talking on that for a second?
I want.
If you don't want to, we don't have to.
Yeah, let me just say this. There were elements within the tour. I'm a very trusting person. And I advanced, for example, $85,000 to one particular individual who then turned out to be a thief. And so I had to rid the tour of elements that were very disruptive. And when I did that, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. The drivers, the staff, the principals all said, "Okay, now we're clean. Now we're right with God and country."
He paid Sasha $24,000 for the movie. Are we sure he's not talking about the money that he put up for Scott's bus and rap and shit? Are we sure he's not talking about Scott again? I know someone told me it was about Sasha, which I guess I need to pull up the receipts. You guys keep watching this. Let me grab the receipts.
And what I would say is the lesson that I've learned is I've been too trusting, and I have been too willing to delegate authority to people who have ended up being unworthy. Now, this tour is an at-will event. There are no contracts. There are no agreements. And therefore, all of my lawyers tell me that I will smash anybody who tries to attack me. But I'm not really worried about it. In this COVID era, it takes 3 to 6 years for a simple civil lawsuit to go forward. So anybody stupid enough to file a lawsuit, it deserves whatever they get. But I will tell you this. We are starting a new organization, USA 99, and I own the URLs, usa99.net, .org, and .com. And our purpose in 2022 is to get 200 million people registered by email, registered by location, without regard to party affiliation, and then start putting 1,000 people at a time into every school board meeting, every county commissioner meeting, every state legislative meeting, every federal hearing. Okay, no organized people can defeat organized money every single time. And that's the other thing that I'm doing with these things. I'm giving people hope, and I'm telling them what I know about what NSA has. The National Security Agency has every single email, text, game, chat, and banking transaction. And this is for everybody, not just traders and elite pedophiles and white-collar criminals, but psychos from California. Nancy Pelosi and Adam Schiff's worst fear is not going to jail or having a trial. Their worst fear is that we will release the 10 most treasonous phone calls they've ever made and let their constituents hear in their own words the fact that they are traitors.
Adam Schiff is not in jail?
I don't know. I
haven't seen this guy. I hope my listeners will look. Where is this guy?
Adam Schiff.
They've got someone listed. Okay, hold on just a second. They have someone listed on their spending as a key mistake, $82,880. But they still have money listed for Sasha payments. I'm gonna keep reading, but let me get a little bit better grasp on this. I'll let you know.
Adam Schiff represents the single greatest satanic pedophile district in the United States of America. And if I were him, I would have vanished. I would have gotten a facelift and gone sailing in Indonesia or something. Nino, I'm huge on truth and reconciliation. And I earnestly believe that NSA was weaponized against the deep state in the same way that CIA and the FBI were weaponized against President Trump. And I believe that deals have been made. I think we've had thousands of people going across this country talking to very specific people, including Pelosi and Schiff, and saying, look, this is what we have on you. Here's the deal. Get out of our way.
So yeah, there's still a listing for Wired, or it says Wire, individual since dismissed, $24,000. And then there's another listing for the mistake, right? The key mistake, $82,000. So if that was for Sasha, they would add that 24 to that 80. I mean, that would be part of it. They wouldn't have them separate because that was part of it. I think he's talking about Scott, like maybe the money spent on the bus and the fees and this and that, whatever he paid for Scott, gave to Scott, it's provided for Scott, whatever. I think that's probably what he's talking about.
And we'll give you a get out of jail free pass. Now, a lot of people push back at me on that. They say, no, these people need to hang and so forth. And I agree, some people need to hang. But by and large, our objective is to take America back, to put local people back in power.
Well, hold on there, Robert. If you think about it, even if they let these people go, the American people have their way with them.
It could be.
They can't walk the streets, man. They're not going to be able to walk the streets.
Well, right now they're able to walk the streets because people don't actually have physical evidence of the number of children that they have killed or tortured, or in some cases cannibalized. There's a lot, and by the way, NSA is not technically legally admissible as evidence.
That's so big that people have a hard time grasping that. Like, oh, they don't eat kids.
Well, the best analogy I found to help people understand adrenochrome is the Chinese boil dogs to death while they're alive. And they do that because the dogs are terrorized.
Could be. Scott did pay for that's right. Scott did raise money for his own bus and wrap. What RDS is supposed to cover was hotel rooms and something else. Fuel, hotel rooms, incidentals, meals, and RDS had to pay to rewrap the Scott's bus to get their picture off of it. Scott let that out. So maybe it is Sasha. I don't know. This is weird. Oh. When Sasha left, he took the entire whatever they were calling the audio-visual crew. Do you think that's what they're talking about? The $88,000 for the AV crew? Maybe it's prepaid.
And it flushes the dog's blood with adrenochrome, with adrenaline. It creates adrenochrome at an animal level. And that changes the flavor of the meat, and it may or may not give people an adrenochrome high. I don't know. It's not something I've experienced, nor do I want to. But
that is horrible.
Adrenochrome is a very real drug. Child sacrifices are very real. Stuff. I've had recent experience with a mind control person that's out of their mind.
He's had recent experience with a mind control person that's out of their mind.
So my bottom line here is I'm satisfied, Nino, that America's on the right track. I'm satisfied that all of these horrible things that are happening to us are happening because God wants everybody to wake up. And I think people are waking up. And the thing that gives me the greatest hope is
there were people like you during the fall of the Roman Empire too, saying, "Oh yeah, Rome can never fall. We're too big. We're on the right track. We're doing everything right."
So I'll take Nebraska as an example. I was in Nebraska. Nobody was wearing masks, and what what was really amazing to me was the goodness of
I
every
remember
single
that. I remember
individual.
that,
And
Rob.
young people are showing up at our events now, not just older people. Young people are showing up. Young people are awake, not woke, like these morons that
Yeah.
are animal rights activists and want the federal government to own all property. In fact, there's a big push now. The deep state is buying up houses. They're trying to turn the U.S. into a rental economy and basically make everybody a subject or a slave to their
Oh, this
economy.
is horrible, man.
Well, the good news for me is I have seen so many places
sure.
in America
They
where
always
they're
move
not
the
going
day.
to succeed, and so I think we're expanding. And there's a love bubble. There's a virtue bubble. All I can tell you is,
I don't know I remember reading this specifically, the $24,000. It said funding for blah 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 Sasha's documentary, and it was $24,000. I forget what they called the documentary, but I don't know what the hell he used it on. Hell, he's running around with a cell phone and a laptop. I don't know what the fuck do you buy for $24,000.
I really deeply believe that Jesus walks across America. And I'm seeing Jesus at a tactical level now. I used to think of God at a kind of meta level, but now, like, for instance, I'm no longer cursing. And then in the Marine Corps, we use curse words for emphasis. And so now I start to use one of the words. Now, there's some great F words. I mean, faith, family, freedom, firearms, and fun.
I still use them.
Yeah, when I go to use a word that is vulgar, a little angel on my shoulder says, "Robert, pick another word." I mean, I'm changing. I'm changing for the better on this tour.
You keep saying
I need
that.
to do that.
And Tina,
Your wife's already left, allegedly. I don't know that changing on the tour will help. Trust me. Same boat, Robert.
a lovely lady who was briefly with the tour, she said to me in the coach one day, she said, "Robert, this isn't just a resurrection tour for America. This is a resurrection tour for Robert David Steele." And she's absolutely right. And I recommend people go to Counterculture Mom and see her new radio show that she's working very hard on. So I'm satisfied. And that's the other thing, Nino, is Trent Luce, who is the ground commander, who picks all of these beautiful sites. He's also putting local people on the stage. And so every single event has a couple of local people, and they're speaking from the heart to their neighbors. And that's combining with our speaking about the solutions. We're the only tour in the country that's actually offering solutions, very specific solutions. And at bigbatusa.org, people can go to the library page and they can read my memo to the president, POTUS-5 in Tiny World. And they can watch my 90-minute video on cosmic mind-altering books. We're offering solutions. And we are planning to do this tour every year through 2024 and maybe every year thereafter. We're planning to create a new national organization where the emails cannot be sold and will not be monetized, but we will.
You're breaking up, Robert.
I'm sorry.
No,
Can you hear me now?
Oh, well, I guess it's from Robert's side.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Testing 1, 2.
Hopefully he comes back soon.
Oh man, it says the internet
Robert,
connection.
you're freezing up bad.
Okay, why don't we just stop? Shall we stop? Testing 1, 2, 3. I've got.
Stay with us, folks. Stay with us. He's breaking up, but he'll be back.
Okay.
Oh fuck! There you are. Okay, good. You bounce back.
Yeah, but I don't know if I don't know.
I do. No. I didn't hear about 2 minutes of it, but people like my shows because I don't edit shit out.
Well,
they get it all. I'm like, oh man, it's over. Fuck.
I see that it's still recording, so I'm.
It's still recording.
Yeah.
Still going. Just keep going. You bounce right back in.
Look, I just feel so positive about the future. And I think that the negative spirits and the people, one of the things that we've dealt with on this tour is that there were initially some people that were self-promoters and self-aggrandizers. And we had to clean them out because this is not what this tour is about. This tour is a tour of, by, and for we the people. No egos are allowed on this tour. No one is treated like royalty on this tour. In fact, I'm sleeping on the coach as part of my demonstrating our frugality. Okay, so I don't get a hotel room. And we're being very, very conscious with the people's money. And the funding page shows exactly how I've spent all this money. I mean, we're spending $1,200 a day on gas. We're spending anywhere from $1,500 to
Self-aggrandize yourself in the
$2,000
shower?
a day on hotels because
Oh, no.
I'm legally required to give the drivers hotel rooms. And then we have one hotel room for every coach. We've got a beautiful, beautiful family. Bryn Marie, a singer from Nashville, and her husband, who is, by the way, a former boxing champion, Josh Himes.
Everybody's a boxing champion.
Well,
apparently.
my dream is to get a picture of you and Joey Gilbert and Josh Himes.
Okay.
As
There you go.
the three
Yeah.
boxers on the tour. We've
What
got
a horrible
fighters on the
dream to
tour.
have, Robert
Yeah.
Ed Still.
We've got singers. We've got we have a U.S. Marshal as well as Sheriff Mack, and Sheriff Brad Rogers is coming in. Sheriff Mack's going off to do some other stuff, but there will be a CSPOA surrogate at all points on the tour. And we have Kevin Jenkins from the Urban Global Alliance, who's a top.
I've heard of Kevin Jenkins.
Well, one of the things I like about Kevin most is that he's really focused on getting people to see their humanity. And
I'm going to start touring around with boxers that no one's ever heard of or seen fight. That'd be awesome.
He shames people who play the race card. There is no divide, I don't think, between white and black. There's a divide between the 99% and the 1%. And Kevin is doing a great job with that. He's getting people to stand up and hug.
They are super welterweights from the southeastern Mississippi middleweight cup covenant of Kennesaw and southeastern regions of Florida, under the age of 32 but over the age of 28, and they're also bipolar. So they just put enough qualifiers on it to where anybody can be a champion.
Hug each other at the end of every
That's
event.
awesome.
The humanity of this tour, the solutions of this tour, and the localized nature of this tour. I mean, we're doing retail here. We're doing face-to-face, hand-to-hand retail, and it's not politics because this is a nonprofit educational tour. What we're doing is we're getting people to realize that if they talk to one another, they have more power than the
Yeah, thank you guys. I didn't say that at the first. I should have. Thank you guys for the GoFundMe, for the support, the sharing. Shout out again to Pimpy. Pimpy made 2 videos about it, but we're over $15,000 now. Of course, I would like to be closer, but I never knew how much money we could raise. I've never done anything like this. August 12th is the deadline, and we're going to keep raising money till then. But yeah, it's going good. Thank you guys. I appreciate it.
deep state on any issue.
So, are you going to end this tour at Mount Rushmore? Is that what's happening? Are you going to? Is that going to be your last stop?
No, not at all. Not at all. We have at Mount Rushmore. Let me just look at this. This is the places we've already been to. All these things in blue, and I'm sorry you can't see, all these things in blue have a post at bigbatusa.org with photos. Those are the places where we've been to. Nobody else has done this ever. Not now. Not ever. Now, Mount Rushmore is right here on page 2 of our stops. Okay.
Wow. Okay.
And then finally, here is page 3.
How many stops in total are there?
Well, we had 84 planned stops plus 2 unplanned stops for 86. We're now adding another 4 or 5 stops, so we may end up right around 87 stops total. And that's if we go to Alaska and Hawaii. And I hope we do. I mean, I've been offered a private jet,
Right.
so there would be no cost to the donors for us going to Hawaii and Alaska other than the hotel room. Obviously, we won't take the coaches. So the coaches, we're eliminating 1 coach because when I got rid of technical people that were not doing their job and they were hoarding content, they were basically trying to cheat the tour and a advertising promotional thing for 1 individual. Now that's all cleaned up. We have a little red bus, the Red Flyer with Rebecca Cunningham, and she's the equal of all of those.
I used to ride a little red bus.
Yeah, well, she's got a little red bus, and you'll see her.
The short bus.
Yes. So we're giving back.
Oh no.
And, this
Oh
is
no.
because normally I would be obliged to keep the technical bus, but a famous band leader asked for that driver and that coach by name. And so the coach company has said that I can return that bus at no cost to me after Mount Rushmore. So we'll still be 4 coaches, a little red bus, and a gear truck. So 7 vehicles in all for the rest of the tour, to include a drive-by of Mar-a-Lago.
That's awesome. What about, I heard rumors that there's going to be fireworks at Mount Rushmore. What's going on with that?
Well, if the money materializes, we're planning a light show rather than fireworks. And we
got to do fireworks.
Well, yeah, but I'm very frugal. I actually did a spreadsheet yesterday to see where all the money had gone, because even though I've been posting a daily itemized list of expenses that we paid, I then grouped them into coaches and so forth. And let me just tell you real quick.
Little red short bus. That was a strange comment.
I'm an unemployed guy getting by on Social Security in his basement. And for me to
Oh, you're like Biden.
No, it turns out I have a brand. No, it turns out I have a brand, and people really wanted this tour to happen. So let me just go to the funding page real quick. So far, I have spent $1,466,466.45.68. Coaches, $84,000. Wraps, $55,000. That included repairs when I had to take the faces of the people that were released from the tour. I had to change those wraps to eliminate those faces.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, so that's a $19,000 deal right there. Coach gear, including cameras, some of which have been stolen from me, $16,000.
So maybe it does. It has to do with Sasha and the AV people. I bet. If I had to guess, that's what I would say.
AV stage lease, $100,000. Tour crew, $115,000. A key mistake, the individual that has cheated me, $82,000. Road costs, $184,000. That's mostly hotels and gas, as well as airline tickets and other things for moving the crew around. Cap.
By the way, Scott, somebody let it slip the other day. It might have been RDS. So when you looked at their budget beforehand, it said that if they meet their goal, that they would pay the permanent party a salary, basically. And if they didn't, you would assume that they wouldn't pay them anything. But it didn't say that they had already promised to pay them, and they were promising to pay all of them $100,000. That got let slip the other day, a couple of days ago.
$47,000. We've given out over $40,000 in caps free. And we have another shipment coming in to Salt Lake City. And then we have a third shipment, all black. The most popular hat is the black hat because that's the hat for none of the above. Hashtag none of the above.
I like that.
Yeah. And cartoons, 11,000, shipping, 6,000, printing, 4,500, travel, 22,000, key people, 159,000. I mean, Trent Luce, for example, had to hire somebody to replace himself at the farm. And we were just talking yesterday that there's a shortage of skills in the boar penis milking arena. Because in order to impregnate sows, you have to actually milk the boar's penis.
Okay.
Yeah, this is, some of the stuff I'm learning about how farmers and ranchers actually work is just amazing. And I asked Trent, I said to Trent, so you have no problem milking a boar's penis on a regular basis? No, that's how we create life.
That's awesome.
And then web email operations, 109. My personal assistant, 25,000, who does a lot of work behind the scenes. The certificates and content team, 40,000. Publicity, 48,000. Radio did not work well for us, in part because we did not have. We actually had the entire insurance industry against us. We were able to solve
the entire insurance industry. Okay.
To block this tour from being effective every single day.
Right.
And we're unstoppable. And then my office, 51,000, and then refunds, 532.
See, I don't know. Like some of the stuff was like it would be like $1,000 for some day work done at the head office. Is that for one employee or 10? Like who's making $1,000 a day, or is that 10 people making $100 a day? And then some of the stuff was like $20,000 for a tour manager for the week. Like that seems like a lot. No, I don't know. It just seemed like it was very strange.
Out of thousands of donations. So that's all visible at bigbatusa.org. David,
bigbatusa.org.
Yes. And I got to tell you, although I want to recruit
animal husbandry.
The fight. I mean, we need 5,000 more patriots at $100 each. 5,000 more patriots get a founding.
So yeah, I guess we did figure that out. When it says call to arms seeking 5,000 patriots at Big Bat USA, it really means we need 5,000 people to donate. So this rah tour, even if it's based all in reality, even if it has to, even if everything they were saying was true, even if they had good people speaking, even if they had good people singing, we've heard some of the singing come from there. What purpose does it serve? And is there a place where the millions of dollars could have been spent better? I'm passionate about veterans charities, you guys know that. But Jesus Christ, what they're just spending this just to drive around and capitalize on the drama. That's literally in their mission statement. Capitalize on the drama.
They can follow the tour at bigbatusa.org. There's also an ariseusa.com site, but I personally maintain bigbatusa.org.
Oh, it's right behind you, right there. Big Bat
Well,
USA.
yes, absolutely, yes.
Okay.
This is the thing. This is one of the cartoons that I paid for.
Hell, donate to my GoFundMe, assholes.
For the thing,
Okay.
people can download the flyer. They can look up the schedule. They can click on the map and they can see the schedule. And we publish the details of each location about 3 to 5 days in advance. This hurts us in some ways in terms of publicity, but the reality is this tour is being created as we go, day
Right.
to day.
It's growing organically.
It's growing organically. We've got Trent Luce and John Stressland, our tour manager, are in the advanced team bus. They roll out 4 hours before us. We're talking about maybe they're rolling out a day ahead of us now. And we're also talking about reaching towns early and literally cruising the streets so that people can see.
The name of this tour is
For
what-
sure,
the
General
Resurrection
Street Fighter.
Tour.
It's the Arise USA Resurrection Tour. Arise USA Resurrection Tour. Now, one small problem I'm dealing with is people are making checks out to Arise USA or to Big Bat, which is a website, and they need to make the checks out to Earth Intelligence Network because Virginia is one of those states that does not allow doing business as check cashing. So checks need to be made out to Earth Intelligence Network, which is the
Are you open to doing another? Let's see. We could do this weekly if you want to, Robert.
I would be honored. I would be honored.
This is gonna have a. I'm gonna have a problem putting this on YouTube because we talked about fucking adrenochromes, child sacrificing, and it
No,
might bomb me.
and-
But this,
You know, I think BitChute is your best bet, frankly. And
well,
if
when I
you-
upload to YouTube, it automatically goes to BitChute.
And then RDS put it on YouTube. I think BitChute's your best bet. I wouldn't put it on YouTube. Let me get those views.
well, that's good.
Didn't you hook me up with that? I think
What?
you hooked me up with that.
Yes, I
I
did.
think you're the one that connected me with that.
Yes, I did. I think the world of BitChute and the CEO of BitChute.
I keep hearing though that they might get bombed and their platform's not stable. And
Well, that's
I mean-
again, people are terrified of BitChute. For example, one of the things that I do is when I see an election reform or a Wall Street treason and crime or a satanic pedophilia video on Rumble or YouTube or anywhere else, I mirror it to BitChute. I will not allow myself to ever again be held hostage by YouTube or even Rumble. Okay.
Did he just admit to stealing content, much like the guy that he emailed and said that he was going to sue? You guys remember the video I showed you where the guy blackmailed him out of $100? And he's like, take down my content. You have no permission to have it up, blah, 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 whatever. And the guy's like, look, I just try to mirror it before it gets taken down. I put it on my my website and blah. And he's like, nope, take it down. And he's like, well, send me $100. The guy did, or Robert David still did. He just said that he takes other people's content and mirrors it on BitChute.
Which has some.
I wonder if I can upload this to YouTube and then leave it on for a little bit, but then it goes automatically to BitChute and it'll stay there.
Yes, but you don't know how long it takes. Now, what I would like is if you can send me the file, I'll put it on
Okay.
BitChute myself. But you know, you shouldn't just talk to me. I can easily arrange for interviews with Trent Luce, with Sheriff Mack, with Kevin Jenkins, with Karen
Let's
Staley.
rock and roll. Let's
And-
rock and roll.
In fact, you would probably have a great time talking.
See you, Em. Have a good night. Thank you for coming on.
and Josh Himes. Okay?
Let's do it. I'm in.
They brought their whole family. They've got an entire coach, their whole family, including one of their parents, taking care of the kids. So yeah, you just tell me when, and I'll line.
Let's
up
do another one.
something
Let's
to talk
do it weekly. We could do twice a week if you want. I'd like to get the status on what's going on the tour. So let's do next week. I'm going on a.
You just
I'll be
send
back
me
Tuesday. I'll be back Tuesday.
Yeah, you just send me a Zoom link, and the mornings are the best because in the afternoons we're on stage. We're changing every single appearance. We're live streaming everything. Mount Rushmore might have an internet problem, so we may not be able to live stream Mount Rushmore, but we've confirmed a cowboy open air church service at 8 o'clock at Mount Rushmore. And we're going to do 1 or 2 shows. The park that we've leased has only 350 spaces. If we have an overflow crowd, we'll do 2 shows, 1 in the morning, 1 in the afternoon. And as much as I would like to do fireworks, I understand the Biden administration is trying to ban fireworks across the country.
Oh yeah, he banned them on federal land.
Well, this federal land thing is a big issue out here. I'll make a prediction. I think the federal government is going to get thrown off all of the state land that the federal government is now controlling, which is 80% of the land west of the Mississippi. I'm predicting that states will take all that land back. We will get rid of the underground military facilities. We will get rid of or sharply curtail the test ranges for the military industrial complex. And I believe we will also put an end to all of the genetic mutation and experimentation that the National Institute of Health is doing. One of the reasons I would like to run an open source agency is because it would give me influence over $1 trillion in education, intelligence, and research spending. And the first priority in research spending is to cut the balls off DARPA and NIH.
Where can people find you, Robert?
BigBatUSA.org, and they can use the contact sheet to communicate with me. They can use the donate page to donate. We're looking for 5,000 patriots at $100 each, but any amount qualifies for founding citizenship. We're also selling 50 to 100 VIP passes for $1,000 each at Mount Rushmore. That's full access, including getting on the coaches with us. And I had to do that in order to raise money for the Mount Rushmore portion. But 250 spaces are completely free. Unlike other tours, we don't charge ticket. We don't charge we don't sell tickets. We don't sell merchandise. We give away the hats free. Everyone is admitted on a first come first served, with this one exception of VIP passes at $1,000 each, and that's kind of for a family. So if a family pays $1,000, then they'll be treated as a VIP group. So I think BigBatUSA.org is and TheRiseUSA.com are both making a national contribution. We're telling a story, and that's I think my last point. Kevin Jenkins.
God, now we're telling a story.
He says America is in the process of defining its new story. We are developing a new story. And Kevin was stopped, and I actually have a picture of it. A woman who was deaf but could read his lips stopped in front of our coach, and she saw faith, family, and freedom, and she looked at Kevin, she said, faith, family, and freedom, that's the covenant that's supposed to be between the government and the people that has been broken by the government. The government at the federal, state, and local level is out of control. And it's out of control because the Republican and Democratic parties are fronts for the deep state. My mission 100%. In the next 2 years is to destroy those two parties and to restore one person, one vote with 100% engaged, informed citizens participating at every level from the school board to Congress. And
beautiful.
We have to end bribery, blackmail, and brainwashing of most of our appointed and elected officials.
And
bribery, blackmailing, and brainwashing have been the death of America. And I believe that when President Trump said the best,
makes sense,
he was absolutely right.
Beautiful. Thank you, Robert.
I'm
going to send you the file, and I'm going to put this up on Nino's Corner, and I'm sending it to you right now.
All right, that was the RDS. It's kind of interesting. He did call somebody a thief. It sounds like it might have been towards the gear and towards Sasha, the AV stuff. That's a very, I don't know. That's strange. But let's see Scott McKay's side of the tour, I guess. That's where we need to go to next. If we go to his Rumble account, they've got some more recent videos we haven't seen yet. They've got San Diego. I think this might have been the one we already watched. No, that's San Diego too. Which one did we watch where he freaked out on me? It doesn't really matter, but we'll watch the last San Diego one. Let's grab this one right quick, see what it is.
Thank you all. I'm running a fever now for about 5 weeks. It's a steady fever, and it's getting a bit better. It's almost broken, but
You're running a fever for 5 weeks? That can't be good.
My immune system has been shot to hell. I do believe I can lay claim to being spike protein central. I've hugged more human beings in 5 weeks than any man on this soil, and it's my great benediction and honor to have done so, truly. I'm so filled with the spirit of fellowship.
That's right. Okay, Matt Everson, I got you.
I'm not going to be dropping any F-bombs because he dropped 7. And you can only ever get away with 2 or 3 in a show. And he stole all the thunder there. So I shall behave myself and I shall not swear. I do want to
we're getting some solo sriracha time.
Speak a little bit about the art of
That's right. That's one of those where your dick burns when you pee or touch it.
Irreverence. And I also want to discuss war and poetry. These things are very dear to my existence. I grew up in a war in sub-Saharan Africa, and I went to bed at night for far too many.
The only reason they got the flags right is because they watch my show. They watch my show. I'm telling you, they watch my show.
Years of my youth to the sound of machine gun fire and sleep.
The last time I commented on their flags was when RDS did it. But that was before Scott was on the tour. It was one of their first stops in Louisiana. And I mentioned it now, and then they changed them the next show. Come on.
Behind grenades.
They watch my show.
Traveling in military convoys. And my whole 15, 16 years of my life, at the start of my life, was just guns and tanks and planes and things that go bang. And boy, did they go bang. They banged so bloody hard that we lost our country. Rhodesia, the country I was born in, no longer exists. It's called Zimbabwe now, and it's been on the checkerboard of the...
No one's walking around with a laptop now What you guys don't understand is Sasha was training the laptop to have an autopilot, so he walked it around for the first 18 weeks. And then once he's walked it around for exactly 18 weeks, he just lets it go and it walks itself around.
The Illuminati for a long time, playing their
Transgestured
dirty game of hijacking the resources of Africa. It's relevant to speak to what happened in the 1970s and 80s in Africa.
It's like a dog with the invisible fence. The computers learned where the fence
We
is.
were very, very civilized in the 1940s and 50s and 60s and 70s in Africa. Very civilized. In Ethiopia, the same thing. Algeria, Iraq, Afghanistan. All of those countries were very, very advanced 100 years ago, 75 years ago. Very sophisticated. History has lied to us. Academia is absolutely rigged and absolutely toxic. I grew up in that environment. I wanted to go out into the world and learn for myself what happened in my part of the world. How did that happen? How is war engineered? So that was the thing that drove me. I became a refugee for 9 years and was stateless and had no passport and no country to call my own. So I know what that feels like, and it feels odd, but it also helps to build a real sense of fuck you.
This guy's crazy.
To the status quo, because you know in your blood.
I was a horrible, smelly hippie forever, and that made me stronger.
And in your marrow as a young man, that it's all fictitious. It means nothing. It's lies, it's deceptions. And so I educated myself. And I decided after my rock and roll years, where I was absolutely no rock star, I was an absolute disaster, and I can tell you why, because I hated what I saw as Luciferianism play out. And Scott has very kindly blown my game in the last few days, so I never speak about that time of my life.
He's blown your what?
What you said. I did see the demon coming at me in waves of fractal energy. It was Luciferian light, and I knew I could spend the rest of my career doing a Mick Jagger. No disrespect, Mick, I do love you. But I don't want to be 74 years old and shaking my fucking
He
arm.
blew your what?
No, I don't want that. I never wanted that. I didn't want to be playing that treadmill, because it is a treadmill. I've hung out with so many celebrities from Hollywood, the sporting, boxing, the whole caboodle. For the last 25, 30 years, that's been my echelon, and I'm comfortable in that space, hanging with my friends. But I've seen the same thing. Patrick Swayze was a beloved friend of mine before he died, and he was,
I bet.
because he felt that false light. He felt that at the age of 50 odd, he was not being fed from the inside.
He doesn't feed on souls like Scott.
Into a cancer. But he, for a couple of years before he died, he wanted to get involved in humanitarianism. He wanted to get involved in these initiatives. And he used to hold me and cry, at 3 o'clock in the morning, sobbing like a child. And I was like, come on, brother, just do it. He said, yeah, but I've got the agents, and I've got this, I've got to answer to all these people. And if I do that, I'm shunned from Hollywood. And it was a real problem. It was a real problem. So peer pressure. What we think about other people and what they think about us becomes a real matter. That's where the poetry came into me, and I decided, no, I'm going to find that voice, I'm going to find that space, that quantum inside myself that actually fulfills. And it doesn't require an audience, it doesn't require applause, it doesn't require gold, it doesn't require anything other than me turning to face self and to build that bridge and to have a relationship with self. And I learned that a long time ago. And that's the thing that gave me what people might believe is courage to do the work that I do. And I do not believe it's courage, but it is a relationship with self. I know myself.
He's got a self relationship.
And I'm
So does Doug, surprisingly.
And I can stand up, and I need two things in this world. I need pure truth, and I need right action. And I own this world. That's it. And so that became my credo, to go out and find the man. And I wanted to meet the man. And the first time I sat down with a president, I think was 23 or 24 years ago. And the first time I sat down with a king, and had dinner with a king. And then I met many kings and many queens and many popes and many archbishops and many leaders of these people. And over the years, as any of you who know my story know, I was educated about the satanic, luciferic, blood-drinking, Sabbatean, luciferic element. I was taught that by good leadership. And I'm saying this, the capstone of the pyramid of power is not the contaminated arena. We keep aiming at the very top of the pyramid. Invariably, those people are proxies. And the body politic of the pyramid that makes up the great unwashed is also good people trapped in shitty systems. Never forget that. Before we enmitize and aim our wrath at something, make damn sure you have a bullseye. Make sure you know what your target is. It is not the top of the pyramid invariably, and it is not the body politic. There is an evil technocracy that is installed and inserted by design. I know. I'm the man who hacked into the United Nations over a decade ago and became a Director General in the IGO sector precisely in order to learn that. And I saw it for myself. And I lasted 2 years before they set the dogs on me and flushed me out. But I'd learned enough about the fact that 98% of the people were thoroughly good people trapped. Couldn't get out. And the same is true of kingdoms. I know so many kings and queens. I'm becoming quite well known for that ridiculous fact. But it's true. And they're trapped. They've got legacies. They've got palaces and kingdoms. They feel they have obligations as hereditary leaders and cultural leaders to continue the wheel of their culture or the arcane traditions of their mystical traditions, whatever it is. Don't be aiming always at the wrong target when we're aiming at leadership. Let me tell you something else here. Your best friend is Anthony Fauci, and I'll tell you why. Because that salamander, Sabbatean, son of a bitch, is the greatest aspect of the unresolved collective unconsciousness in our world today. There you have it. Boom.
Wow.
Look at these creatures, look at the Gateses, look at the Faucis, look at the Tedroses, look at these so-called leaders and industrialists and billionaires. They are the unresolved aspects of you and I, our parents, our grandparents, and generations of our indentureship to Luciferianism, to fictions, because all of us here invariably are Luciferians. And what do I mean by that? I mean that we are indentured into false light worship. The clothes we wear are saturated with synthetic poisonous molecules. 99% of the clothes being worn here are saturated with synthetic molecules. They are poisons. They are anti-life. They work against your prana, against your kundalini. They are a steady, slow drip feeding of poisons into what Dr. Young would call the interstitium, ultimately permeating our bodies and creating the cancers and the diabetes and the heart conditions, the entropy and the death. And you see, it's a choice. If we did not believe the advertising, the billboards, the television screens, and the media, and the academia, if we didn't believe all of the false light luciferic bullshit being sold to us as the status quo,
You're the one selling it, buddy.
feel it in our gut. We would know when to touch something and when not to, when to put something on our body, what shampoo to use, what eye drops to put in, what toothpaste to use, what water to drink, what foods to put into our bodies. Because we would have been connected to our psionic intelligence, which is our gut intelligence. That is the true seat and throne of self for each of us. You learn this through poetry. You learn this by inhabiting the cracks in the pavement in life, not seeking coin or fame. Walk away from that stuff. Seek relationship with self and become crowned and become throned in that space here, because that never fails. The gut.
He's the one passing out half this Luciferian shit between him and Scott. masturbating to Donald Trump's star in a sidewalk, kissing it and jacking it off right quick, then talking about eating your souls and giving up Christianity because they've got the new religion, and everybody's going to be just like Jesus. Jesus was just an example of what we could be. He was nothing special. All this crazy shit they're peddling. Oh, people are going and sharing it in Sunday school the next morning.
Operates on those. Our civilization on three things: war, disease, and poverty. We reclaim.
I can't do it anymore. That's why I'm skipping ahead.
And all those bureaucrats, and all the intercessionary principles out there, and all the corporations masquerading as governments, and all the public health administration officials, and all those wearing uniforms and badges and seals and thrones that would dare stand between you and I and our divinity. We say nay, nay, nay!
Shit.
Listen to that pin drop. Thank you.
They say nay, nay, nay.
We're not done yet.
I don't know about that.
The story about this guy really brings us back to why we're here. So I was offered a radio show a little over a year ago, and I accepted because I wanted to broadcast in the belly of the beast of mainstream media, because
You can't say anything over there. They fucking panic. And their slogan is, we're going to be a place where anybody can come and share their ideas, and no one gets yelled at, and no one gets thrown out. And then they cut away to like Kirsten saying, throw him out. And he's like, I'm working on it. Let me get him. Fuck him. Go to mommy's basement. Let me get these two whores up here in Brad's hotel room. That's what I'm worried about.
broadcast on a mainstream media station. I wanted to talk about human trafficking and pedophilia.
Doug, man, Mike seems like a decent dude. Doug is, man, that shit's went to his head. You can't say shit about him, with him, joke with him, talk, express any opinion other than the exact one he believes, or you're out.
Liberalism, the mental disorder that it is. I wanted to talk about a lot of things. And I asked my producer of the radio show, she's sitting over here, thank you, Miranda. I asked her to find somebody who can talk about human trafficking and pedophilia on my radio show, someone who can articulate it in a way that a mainstream media audience can handle it. So she sent me a video, this gentleman, Sasha Stone, and I watched it, and I'd heard of Sasha, and I said, this is great, let's get him on the show. So she booked an interview with Sasha, 10 a.m. Pacific time. I have a studio here in San Diego. The show is in Texas. It's called Sovereign Radio. You can find it at sovereignradio.net. So Sasha gets on Zoom at 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. I figured about 10:30, 10:40, we'd wrap it up. 12:45 a.m., this man was still giving me his time. Still talking to me, still undressing the cabal, still explaining.
Still undressing the cabal. That was weird.
Really connecting dots for me in the audience. But here's really the point. Why did Sasha do that? Why is Sasha here? Because he believes America is the seminal country in the fight for freedom. We are at the center of the fight. As America goes, the rest of the world goes. So to this patriot, we adopt him as one of our own. Do we not? Do we adopt Sasha Stone?
Why was he undressed? Hold on, let's back up and see if we can figure out what he was undressing again.
Let's get him on the show. So, away, liberalism, the mental disorder that it is. I wanted to talk.
Should he have been undressing things in your studio?
About a lot of things. And I asked my producer of the radio show, she's sitting over here, thank you, Miranda. I asked her to find somebody who can talk about human trafficking and pedophilia on my radio show, someone who can articulate it in a way that a mainstream media audience can handle it. So she sent me a video, this gentleman, Sasha Stone, and I watched it, and I'd heard of Sasha, and I said, this is great, let's get him on the show. So she booked an interview with Sasha, 10 a.m. Pacific time. I have a studio here in San Diego. The show is in Texas. It's called Sovereign Radio. You can find it at sovereignradio.net. So Sasha
gets on Zoom at 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. I figured about 10:30, 10:40, we'd wrap it up. 12:45 a.m., this man was still giving me his time. Still talking to me, still undressing the cabal, still explaining pedophilia, still explaining adrenochrome, really connecting dots for me in the audience. But here's really the point. Why did Sasha do that? Why is Sasha here? Because he believes America is the
still undressing the cabal.
Still talking to me, still undressing the cabal, still
I thought maybe he'd tie something in. He'd tie something in later. He does not.
Pedophilia, still explaining. 10 a.m. Pacific time. I have a studio here in San Diego. The show is in Texas. It's called Sovereign Radio. You can find it at sovereignradio.net. So Sasha gets on Zoom at 10 o'clock, 10 p.m. I figured about 10:30, 10:40, we'd wrap it up. 12:45 a.m., this man was still giving me his time. Still talking to me, still undressing the cabal, still explaining pedophilia, still explaining adrenochrome. Really
still undressing the cabal. Strange.
Really the point. Why did Sasha do that? Why is Sasha here? Because he believes America is the seminal country in the fight for freedom. We are at the center of the fight. As America goes, the rest of the world goes. So to this patriot, we adopt him as one of our own. Do we not? Do we adopt Sasha Stone? Thank you, Sasha.
I very seriously doubt their stops could determine an election. There's not enough people at any of the events for a national election, and then there's not enough stops in each state for a state election. If they were gonna have a group this small and they wanted to determine an election, they would either need to have crowds that were gigantic, or they would need to perform every stop in like the state of Alabama. I don't think they'd change the outcome of an election. It would already have to be super close. Undressing the cabal. I guess that's the way it works. Was that just the Sasha part and this is the Scott part, I guess? Oh my God. Oh my God. Usurpations. Here we go. I knew you guys needed this.
We hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, that they are endowed by the Creator with
usurpations,
that among these are life
and
the pursuit of happiness, that to secure these rights, governments are instituted among men, deriving their just powers from consent of the governed, that whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government, laying its foundation on such principles and organizing its powers in such form.
There's no doubt in my mind that if they performed like every one of these stops in one state, they could swing an election with a pretty big deficit in it, in one state. But when they're scattered all over the country and there's only getting, I don't know, 40 to 100 people, I don't think they're going to get it.
Their safety and happiness. Prudence indeed will dictate that governments long established should not be changed for light and
usurpation.
And accordingly, all experience has shown that mankind are more disposed to suffer while evils are sufferable than to right themselves by abolishing the forms to which they are accustomed.
But
when a long train of abuses and usurpations, pursuing invariably the same object, evinces a desire.
And this is a tipping point.
Despotism. It is their right, it is their duty to throw off such government and to provide.
These are all just stolen memes. Like, none of them have anything to do with Scott except that one picture of him shooting a rifle.
New guards for their future security. The world is waking up, and this is the tipping point.
Oh no, why'd you go with the music already? I think this is just the one where he talks shit about me, but from a different angle maybe.
Hamstring again. Last night too. Yes, hold the fork in line. In California, I said last night, what the fork is going on in California? I leave here 3 years. I left 3 years ago, and look what the hell happened to this place. That's why I'm back. Thanks for wearing your body armor, miss. I love it. Patriot Street Fighter body armor. Love it. Save the
Patriot Street Fighter body armor. Tell me he ain't selling that shit now.
kids. Save the kids. That's what
Ballistic plates, stacking cash in Scotty's house.
coming. So I want to
I'm fixing to go over to Frog News. I want to see if this is a repeat of the same show.
her and her husband just keep pulling this shit off left and right. It's unbelievable.
Oh, God.
When I was in that situation, I made a personal, conscious choice that I was not going to let that take me off the playing field.
Oh, God.
Find and when consciousness in my world.
I've had an intel drop, and I know there's going to be one YouTuber who wants to talk about it.
It's not just revamping into an industrial revolution to the information age to whatever. In the mind of this, we talk about the earth. It's an sentient being. It's not a rock with a bunch of dirt and trees. Look at her eyes. She can get more than a. Just your basic issue dime store douche. These guys are out there. The latest intel I got. Now this is what I heard. All right, I know this is going to be recorded. And there is one channel out there has about this many subscribers, made a career on this channel of attacking me every day.
I think this is him speaking differently but saying the exact same thing.
Just your basic issue dime store douche. These guys are out there. He can't even get more than 1,500 subscribers. I'm like, you shitting me?
Nah, maybe we were just watching from a different angle.
Figures a year on me, Patriot Street Fighter, because they grab my stuff, upload it, monetize it through YouTube. They kick me off. I'm on channel 15, but they'll let these other people take my stuff.
It's hard to tell. He memorizes his speeches so well. None of it is like just off the tongue or whatever. He memorizes everything he's going to say.
Make money on it. Why do they do that? Because I tell them, take all my information, pump it out there in the world, get some money out of these scumbags, Susan Wojcicki. YouTube, get money out of these scumbags. I can't. Just get that information out.
It just seems like it's a different speech pattern than the one I've got clip of.
And he's an attack machine. I'd like to tell you his name, but I don't want you to go looking for him because he'll be stupid enough to think that he's got a lot of subscribers because you really are interested in him. He's a sad, sorry son of a bitch.
Nah, that's got to be the same one. He wouldn't have said it all the same.
I'm sure I will. But
oh, we got to listen to my little threat. Hold on. That's my favorite part.
Susan Wojcicki, YouTube,
and then we'll go somewhere.
I can't. Just get that information out there. But this moron can't get anywhere. And he's an attack machine. I'd like to tell you his name, but I don't want you to go looking for him because he'll be stupid enough to think that he's got a lot of subscribers because you really are interested in him. He's a sad, sorry son of a bitch. I hope I run into him one day. I really do. I'm sure I will. But
aren't you fucking crippled, first of all? Well, I had to take wheelchair service to my plane because that's how I make it to the plane. So, but I hope I run into this son of a bitch. I'm gonna kick his ass. Okay. Let's open up a YouTube channel. Hold on. Oh, right quick. Thank you. Actually, from the I got some checks today. Thank you. Shout out to the people who sent checks in. We got one from Richard and Mary. Thank you for that. And a very nice letter. I got one from Joseph. Very nice letter. Thank you very much. And I got somebody bought me something on my Amazon wish list for the show, and they had it gift wrapped. So thank you for that. I appreciate it. They did gift wrap it. So I appreciate that. It's a GPS module for the flight controllers. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. That's pretty funny that it got gift wrapped. Yeah, thank you guys for those. I appreciate it. I went by the post office box today. So thank you. I'm gonna go to Frog News Network. Check out what they're doing. Frog News Channel live now.
Actually, I probably.
Oh God, Jeff, Big Daddy Jeff. Oh, well, hold on, you guys need to see this in case you ever get old and your stem cells quit working.
We all hope to age gracefully, so we.
I don't know what he thinks is gonna. I mean, like,
vitality and good health. But so often with age,
Is he going to challenge me to a street fight? Like, I don't understand what's going on. Is he going to walk up and hit me? Like, I live in Tennessee.
sleep, it all just seems
Please,
to go
please don't walk up and hit me. I don't want to have to do what I used to have to do to survive.
LifeWave has been delivering its amazing life-enhancing technology.
Here you go, stem cells. Let's get it. LifeWave.
Always helping the body do what it was
The best of the best.
better. And as it turns out, the best was yet to come. David Schmidt, our founder, creative force, and world-class inventor behind LifeWave technology, has recently achieved something in the field of regenerative science with a single LifeWave patch that researchers worldwide, spending years and billions of dollars, could not. Introducing LifeWave X39. The world's first product ever to activate stem cells. A true breakthrough in regenerative science that helps restore our bodies to a healthier, more youthful state in a way no other product can. The secret? By harnessing the power of LifeWave's patented phototherapy, X39 uses light to elevate a peptide proven to signal the activation of stem cells. Think about it. These are the cells that generate and regenerate all the cells and structures of the human body. They're the building blocks for our organs, tissues, blood, and immune system. They also serve as an internal repair system.
Internal repair. That's good. It's better than external, I think.
Their ability to repair damaged tissue is reduced. In fact, by age 60, they've slowed dramatically. But all that changes when just one LifeWave X39 patch is placed anywhere on the body each day. Instead of older and less effective stem cells, X39 supports the production of younger and healthier stem cells. This amazing level of control over your vitality and well-being was simply not possible, let alone this easy, until now. And the best part? Like all LifeWave patches, X39 is safe, non-invasive, and incredibly cost-effective. Look what people are saying about LifeWave X39. Backed by clinical studies, multiple patents, and 20 years of development, any one of these benefits would be impressive. But X39 is so effective, it can influence everything about your body. How you look, feel, perform, and heal. It's time you experience the power of X39. Live long, live well, live younger. Experience the power of LifeWave today.
There we go. Get your LifeWave today.
Hey everybody, Doug. Hey everybody, Doug here from the Frog News Network.
What the fuck?
For our show tonight, but I wanted to send out this quick video to you guys about the Grow Live Academy. It's how we started live streaming. We had no idea what we were doing. I bought Ken's course, and we literally went from zero to now. When we stream, the last stream we did, we had 5,500 people on the stream. Unbelievable. And here's a screenshot to show you guys. Before that, we had 4,000 people on the stream, and here's a screenshot of that as well. But I want to tell you how great the course is, because it taught us all about business, not only live stream. There's so many other things, the equipment you'll need to live stream, different titles to get live streams going, how not to be shy in front of the camera, how to speak correctly, all the things you need to do.
How to speak correctly.
And just crush your competition. The value is outstanding with the Grow Live Academy. I'd like to thank Ken Walls and everybody associated with the Grow Live Academy. They've helped grow my show into this great thing now, and I feel like I'm touching and helping so many people. So I recommend it 110%. The value of what you get is incredible. Thank you, Ken, not only my coach, but also my friend. Thank you so much, Ken. All right, guys, we're live.
Oh, God.
On the show.
Why are
It's
we screaming
great to be
already?
back at the house. Had an incredible time down in Florida. Where are you guys calling in from?
Oh, Mike is alive. I'm
Right
sorry.
there. Gosh, you guys are on me.
That was all allegedly. I must have been misinformed.
North Carolina, Southern Mississippi, and Tadpole City. I don't know what that. Go ahead, Mike.
Wow, it's hard to beat Tadpole City.
Tadpole City.
Oklahoma in the house.
He has a hard job, literally.
We got Mississippi in the house. Welcome, welcome.
Argentina in the house, Mike. Wow. Rochester, New York, Clarksville, Tennessee, Long Island, New York. Go ahead, Mike.
McKinney, Texas, and South Mississippi. We got Dioxonville, Pennsylvania, and Arizona, baby.
Pennsylvania, Kentucky, Virginia in the house, and Michigan and South Dakota. Go ahead, Mike.
Tallahassee, Florida, Evansville, Indiana, Central Minnesota, East Tennessee, and Ossawa, Michigan.
Ooh, East Tennessee.
I was just getting ready to say that one. Wow, how's it going over there?
Who's in the house?
Alberta, Arkansas in the house.
Alberta. Alberta.
Iraq in the house. Y'all really there? Missouri in the house. Wales, UK. We got people reaching out tonight. I know it's been a couple of days. Queens, New York. Go ahead, Mike.
Barbados, Monticello, Florida, Kentucky, Chicago, Seville, Florida. I think that's what it said. The Wales from the UK has joined us tonight. Doug, welcome, welcome.
Ohio, Tennessee, Iowa in the house, Florida, Canada, Montana in the house. Go ahead, Mike.
Branson, Missouri, Iowa, West Virginia in the house, and Knoxville, Iowa in the house. Redding, California, and Mansalona, Michigan, home of the Wolverines.
What the fuck?
Welcome, everybody. Welcome.
Pelosi's
freezer.
In the house. Let me get some of that ice cream. Lafayette, Louisiana in the house. Welcome to the show. You're live with Mike and Doug. Tampa, Florida. Hey, that's the girl that said she liked you, Michael. And she come up and she give me a big old hug. She said she watch our show every night. See, I didn't forget you this time, did I? I caught you. I know who you are now. You must left an impression. Spring Hill, Florida in the house. Alive for he's from hair on a biscuit, hanging like a hair on a biscuit, wherever. From Biden's
nostrils.
Y'all are crazy with this stuff. FBI in the house. Uh-oh. Balls of America, Arizona. I don't believe I read it.
Moss
Balls of America.
Joe Biden's basement and Balls of America, Arizona.
Bowie, Maryland, Missouri in the house. Frog Face, California. Michigan in the house. Allentown, Pennsylvania in the house. Welcome to the show. You're live with Mike and Doug. Guys, I know it's been 3 days. We're trying to figure it all out. I promise you we will. That won't never happen again. Unless
Doug will tell the story about his hookers.
We just thought that we could just hand the keys over to Mike
fraud.
And he could go, but it just kind of didn't work that way. Gitmo, Greenville, South Carolina.
What they're saying about StreamYard is true. When we first started the Griftbusters, Tony had to get me. It was a fucking act of Congress to get me on his StreamYard so I could do shit from the inside. And apparently, after tonight, I found out if I don't log in from the right browser, that I'm not logged in at all. I have to go back out and come back in. But we'll figure that out.
Texas and Missouri. Go ahead, Mike.
The first domino, Arizona in the house, Lansdale, PA, and goodness, Marble Hill, Missouri. Welcome, welcome.
Corn Pop's front porch in the house, like George, New York. Y'all are crazy. 2A free in Texas. 9K. I don't care about well, I don't want to say that. New Hampshire in the house.
I don't care about the Oh, I don't want to say about that.
Fort Worth in the house. Georgia in the house. Romania in the house. Wow. We got some reach tonight in Wisconsin. Go ahead, Mike.
Rhode Island, Hamlin, New York, and Thomas, Georgia. Round Rock, Texas. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Let her rip, guys. Welcome.
Elk Ridge, Utah. Froggenite.
Oh, no. Toronto, I see that. We the Pepe. I see that.
Louisville, Kentucky.
Louisville, Kentucky.
Falls, Pennsylvania. Mud Creek, Kentucky. I love these places. Must be a heck of a place to live. Alabama, Ohio, baby. Go, Mike.
Oh, my goodness. Sharpsville, Indiana. I think that's what it said. Michigan in the house. Edinburgh, Indiana. Ely, Nevada. E. Lee in the house.
E. Lee.
The world is here.
I don't even know what the hell that means.
Nevada. Missed you guys. We missed you guys.
I think that said Kiss My Grits, Texas.
Kiss my grits, Texas, right there. Illinois.
What accent is that? What accent are Kiss my grits, Texas, right there? What is that? Is that Texas? Is that what? A man of the world.
Texas in the house. Missouri, y'all are fired up tonight. I know that. Kentucky in the house.
I load that.
Go ahead, Mike. Hickford, North Carolina also.
I load that.
Texas. Mason.
Real quick.
Away. Maybe not on the night show, but
I need another patch commercial. I think so. I need.
We'll see. We'll see how that goes, because the 22nd is a date that was given, and that's what makes me bothered by the allegedly, the deep state roundup being.
Actually, what date are we talking about? Hold on.
The sounds of the green light, the horn, the go horn, could be closer than we think. Could have already silently happened, and we're going to be able to divulge more of that here shortly. Maybe not on the night show, but we'll see.
So now they've got intel so secret. Someone was willing to risk intel so fucking secret that it hasn't even happened yet. It's a pre-planned mission hanging by a thread that anybody can infiltrate and take it down. But they can't. They might not be able to talk to it about tomorrow because it's pretty time sensitive. We'll have to see.
We'll see how that goes, because the 22nd is a date that was given, and that's what makes me bothered by the allegedly, the deep state roundup being kicked off with a date that it's going to happen. Guys, it's going to happen. There is so much. Somebody put an anonymous out tonight. One of the anons put an anonymous out tonight explaining how Obama put the military law into effect without a national emergency, and it hasn't been rescinded. So it gives, thanks to Trump's executive orders, 19th executive orders, it gives the military the ability to arrest people or everyday citizens based on treason and so on and so forth.
Sure.
And we know it's going to happen because there's some sick shit happening at the border. Doug can talk about that in a minute if he wants. So it gives guys bothered by the allegedly, the deep state roundup being kicked off with a date that it's going to happen.
Sure.
Guys, it's going to happen. There is so much. Somebody put an anonymous out tonight. One of the anons put an anonymous out tonight explaining how Obama put the military law into effect without a national emergency, and it hasn't been rescinded. So it gives, thanks to Trump's executive orders, 19th executive orders, it gives the military the ability to arrest people or everyday citizens based on treason and so on and so forth. And we know it's going to happen because there's some sick shit happening at the border. Doug can talk about that in a minute if he wants to. There's some sick shit going on at the border, on the other side of the border, mind you. And there's some shit stuff happening on this side of the border that's aiding the other side. And so, Doug, you want to talk to that real quick?
All right, so get a little straight and show everybody your T-shirt because I'm getting ready to show the store is back up and going. All right, guys, see his T-shirt? The store is back live. Evidently, I had a.
Oh God, the Frog Store is live. Awesome.
Back up. If you guys want T-shirts, they're over there. Now, this is just, I'm going to let a little bit out of what I found out in Florida, and people, we don't want to hear about what all the good times. Some people would say,
what? I'm going to give you a little bit of the intel I heard in Florida, and people will say, we don't want to hear about good times that some people will say,
we had a lot of meetings in Florida to discuss how, what's our step forward to get everything fixed. So it was a lot of meetings, a lot of late nights. But in one of our meetings, night before last, a gentleman was introduced to us at the event, and we bring him to dinner, and he came along with a couple of bodyguards. He owns I won't mention his name, but he owns a ranch right on the border. And also knows a lady that owns a ranch right up
border ranch
6
owner
miles from his house, which he has permission to film on. Well, he had video of the sheriff in that town helping them bring the people in illegally. He videotaped it. Do you realize that if a coyote has just got his feet in the water, they can't touch him? Somehow that needs to be changed, because we can fire on a vessel when it's inside so many miles within our country. Do you follow what I'm saying?
I hope they wash their fingers.
Stand in the water. Okay? And nobody can touch it and help people get in our country for free. That's just one of the things. I'm not going to go into the detail what Ollie showed us, but it was passed up the line. And right on across from there, exactly across from there, is a tree with a set of handcuffs, and that's where they rape all the women and hang their panties in a tree. And he had pictures of it. He had pictures of mutilated body. It was horrible. I don't even want to go into it. We were all crying at the table. He said, "Now, how are we going to stop this? How the sheriffs are involved in help bringing in these."
How could you get you're right once and then wrong once? The fuck?
These people in this country, you got to understand, they've been bought off with some of the border patrol, and they're just hauling these people. They can 150 people a day come through this person's property, just her property, and the sheriff is complacent with it. He just lets it happen. He said he was going to arrest him for filming. And he said, "You can't arrest me. You're on private property. Plus, you're doing something illegal." That's, of course, why he didn't want him filming any of it. There's a lot more to it than just that. But that's all I really want to tell you guys tonight about it, because his life is in jeopardy. I don't want to put my life in jeopardy, because that's all cartel stuff, okay? It's more than what they're showing you on TV across the border. Right near where, they're filming everything. This is way far away from this, and it needs to be addressed. It's been set up the line, is all I can tell you. That there were some big people at the event, and we steered him in the right direction to where he could go to get help. And it's so big that I'm not even going to mention no more. I don't want to, because I don't want to jeopardize his family and his life. They've already tried to kidnap his kids and his wife.
Mike's not buying that shit.
They burned his house down out there. They've done everything out there to him to try to get him to quit talking.
I'm pretty sure he's talking about that guy that was in Tulsa that is the Border Patrol volunteer. Like, he started his own Border Patrol, and he wouldn't drop the story about this is some type of child torture border house when in actuality it was just a homeless encampment. Everybody went there and investigated. It was a homeless encampment. He even got airtime on Alex Jones because he kept pushing something else. And he also called and said that they offered him a bunch of money or some shit.
CNN, he exposed them for lying. He also, while he was down there, his life was attempted. They tried to kill him twice while he was just in Tampa. They actually kidnapped him at one point. They had the ability to shut his phone down with where his phone went dead and he couldn't order an Uber. And then somebody said, "Just wait a minute, there's a cab right there." Well, a Crown Vic pulls up, and there's two people in the front seat. It wasn't a cab, but they took him to where he wanted to go, but asked him questions the whole way. And he could tell he was being interrogated, and he knew they weren't husband and wife. So I got more better news than that, but that's what's if we think it's all fake down at the border, we just found out it ain't. These people are piling in our country, and where they're dropping them in Democratic states, in Democratic areas, they're dropping them where, like Bonafide said, in the counties and in the cities that are going to be tore down, that they're going to let, if they don't stop defunding the police departments, they're actually going to burn them cities to the ground. So That's just one little thing that I seen down there that I wanted to share with you guys. There's plenty more, but Mike said to share something, so I did give you some of that. Them boys are country boys down there. Go ahead,
So
Mike.
let me go jump back on this Obama thing, okay? So can you hear me clearly?
Yes, sir.
All right. So it's Anon post reposting for more eyes. I found the answer. But remember,
What?
But remember, okay, Obama put this in place. And when the real POTUS gets back, I suspect things will accelerate. Now, we're talking about how the FBI is going to be fully investigated. He asked by the question first, can the president order an investigation of the FBI using the military? Can FBI members be arrested by the military? Yes, and here's the reasoning why. Here's the sauce, guys. All right. The 2012 National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA, did to the Constitution in particular completely eviscerates any due process or judicial oversight for any
Wow, we're really struggling here.
government deemed in the interest of national security. Okay, there's that word again. Like the NDAA, the new executive order puts the government completely above the law, which in a democracy is never supposed to happen, guys. This is how they've been getting away with it until now, okay? We found the loopholes to stop it. This is how they've been getting away with it. They've been putting themselves above the law. The United States went under martial law without the exigencies of a national emergency becomes a military state. Oops. They weren't counting on us finding that. Okay. Everybody
what?
So far, we get some ones in there. Make sure you understand. All right. The 2012 NDAA is deep rooted in the Patriot Act and the various executive orders and congressional bills that ensued to broaden executive power in the war on terror. Obama and Bush's, the war on terror. Okay. So the new executive order is rooted in the Defense Production Act of 1950, which gave the government powers to mobilize
What is taking so long? What are these giant pauses?
of national emergencies, except now virtually every aspect of American life falls under ultimate, unchallengeable government control. Okay. All right. This is the evil side of it. To be exercised by the president and his secretaries at their discretion. The NDAA, when under martial law, makes the United States a battlefield. In bold red, it's written. Okay? It makes the United States a battlefield, guys. We're at war. It gives the president and his agents the right to seize and arrest any U.S. citizen, detain them indefinitely without charge or trial, and do so only on suspicion.
Do you have to pause when you get to the end of the page or something and it starts a new line? What is the pause?
Process. The executive order states that the president and his secretaries have the authority to commandeer, all U.S. domestic resources, including food and water,
Jesus Christ,
as well as seize all energy
that's killing me.
Infrastructure inside the borders. Now, if we let the fake administration play out, they could accidentally get a hold of some of these powers, right? And that's what a lot of people are scared of. I'm telling you now, we're getting shared this by an anon because those contingencies are in place for this not to happen. Okay? The executive order states that the president and his secretaries have the authority to commandeer. I already read that. All right. Sorry about that. In the NDAA, only the president has the authority to abrogate legitimate freedoms of U.S. citizens, which is extraordinary in the new executive order, is that this supreme power is designated through the president to the secretaries that run the government itself. Okay. So how many secretaries are in the cabinet? Guys, how many secretaries?
Are you still there? Yeah, I'm hearing you, bro.
All right. The Secretary of Defense has power over all water resources. The Secretary of Commerce has power over all.
What? This is the stupidest fucking thing. There's 15 cabinet members. I don't know what the fuck he's going to do.
Okay. The Secretary of Transportation has power over all forms of civilian transportation. And the Secretary of Agriculture has power over food resources and facilities, livestock, planet health resources, and the domestic distribution of farm equipment. Okay. Guys, in the beginning, in 2018, when we started seeing military equipment at truck stops, you know why that military equipment was there?
Why is that?
Military,
Just speak.
military had a presence there to
It's not a quiz show, buddy.
We're going to see it again. They're going to see them at the truck stops. You're going to see them on the highway. You're going to see them going up and down the highways because they're going to keep the food resources alive and going. Okay. All right. So the Secretary of Health and Human Services
going.
has power over all health resources. The pandemic will be exposed. All right. The Secretary of Energy has power over all forms of energy. The Tesla flip. Okay. If they attack our grid and cause a blackout, which they plan to do, we all know they plan to do. It's in
God damn.
Little
He's like, what do I do with the little black dots at the end of a sentence? I guess I'll just breathe for 3 minutes. Are you expecting the fucking chat to verbally respond to you when you pause? I don't. Just keep reading.
The evil one's plan, the liberal Democrats' plan.
Damn it, the chat's repeating now.
The power grid.
I don't know how it suddenly does that shit. Disconnects and reconnects, I think.
We have the complete authority to resume power over that and give it back to the people by flipping the Tesla switch.
Flipping the Tesla switch. Flipping the Tesla switch.
These powers.
That's what it takes.
Will determine the resolution through his national security team. Whoa. You hear that?
He said, what? Whoa. You hear that? Whoa. You hear that? The man said, whoa.
The president will determine the resolution through his national security team. Whoa.
Whoa. You hear that? Whoa. You hear that? Whoa.
Yes, sir. You're freezing up now.
What is extraordinary about the executive order is that, like the NDAA,
whoa, that's 2 A's.
This all will be done in peacetime without any national emergency to justify it. The language of the order does not state that all these extraordinary measures in the event.
Something's wrong with the reading. The language does not state within the. Something's wrong. His scroll is paused. He can't get from line to line. Something's wrong. Something's wrong.
Not state that all these extraordinary measures will be done in the event of a national security or national emergency. They can simply be done for purposes of national defense. Clearly, a border remittance issue, that allows the government to do what it wants, when it wants, and how it wants, to whomever it wants, all without any judicial restraint or due process. Guys, the big guns are getting hauled out. The big guns are getting hauled out. Doug, can you reach out to Jeff and see if he wants to add to some of that and also share some of his stuff?
I'll do that right now. Let me say this before we go on much further. Guys and girls, our next event that me and Mike will be at together is in Spartansburg, South Carolina. Across the bottom of your page is the link you can go to purchase tickets for the event. I encourage you to act quickly. There's only 500 tickets because this is a test event, actually with a surprise guest for an event that we're having on 911 Bonafide is with 50,000 people. That's what our goal is, to have 50,000 people, the country's largest, absolutely largest patriotic event ever. So this is a test event for that. So if you're in the surrounding area and you'd like to come out and see Mike, you'd like to come out and see the speakers, you'd like to meet Bonafide and Brad and the other speakers and a surprise guest that I can't announce, you can purchase tickets right below for that event. There's only 500 tickets. So don't you worry, CJ Teeny Bit. I got you, girl. You're going to the event.
CJ anyway, Teeny Bits.
Also, what was I going to say? There's other events to be to come, but the 911 event will be the biggest event of all time as far as the patriotism one that they got going on in the country. So go ahead, Mike, while I try to reach out to him.
All right. So, guys, the big guns are coming out. All right. The gloves are coming off. People like you and I are tired of the everyday battle of, somebody told me I need to wear a mask. Somebody told you need to wear a mask, or they're child trafficking still. What can we do about it? And we get no answers. It falls on deaf ears, we think. Guys, there's stuff being done.
He's here.
All right. There's stuff being done. There's stuff being done. It's just it's unbelievable, the things and the triggers that have to be met for it to be done so we can all see it.
Absolutely. Like to welcome Jeff B to the show. Welcome, buddy.
Jeff, how you doing?
All right, man. I had a great time in Florida, but like I mentioned, I met that guy down there and seen exactly what was going on at the border. There was 12 people at our table, grown men, and women, bawling because this is happening on his property, because he has a ranch right on the border and at another ranch right up the street. And they cannot arrest a cartel if they even have one.
Oh, God. Here we go. Big Jeff.
Crazy. How come we can shoot at submarines or shoot at ships that come in 10 miles of our waters, but we can't
nautical? Yep.
How come we can't do that with the river that crosses to Mexico? What's up with it?
Do you think that a foreign Navy war vessel within range to hit our shores, our people, and our equipment is the same as a guy who's possibly an illegal immigrant standing in the river? We should just destroy him. See if we can get a Tomahawk missile overhead. Makes sense.
With that.
Yeah. Now maybe you understand why.
The same reason they don't shoot a fucking swimmer out at 12 nautical miles off our coast. What if he just wandered from our beach? Yeah, maybe he swam from North Korea with a nuclear weapon. Just under the water, he's holding on with a waistband. Maybe. But what if he just wandered from our shore? And he's just some guy with a dark tan swimming. Jesus Christ, dude.
Old, Bob Marley doesn't want to go down there.
Yeah.
Yeah, because isn't 45 supposed to head down there at the end of the week?
26.
Yeah,
it's going to be interesting. Why would a former president head to the border?
Maybe he's not former.
On the 26th. On the 26th of that.
What relevancy does the 26 have?
What results are we going to get on the 26th?
I don't know.
The audit.
Oh, I heard they quit.
That was supposed to come out on Trump's birthday. Remember, Trump's birthday is the big day.
They won't even hear the results to state because they've recessed for the rest of the year. The people over there are just doing anything they can not to cooperate with the with the forensical recount whatsoever.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, 26 is a rally. Sorry. 26 is a rally. The 30th is the border. Thank you guys in the chat.
Even your intel's off and fake.
For keeping it straight.
So, Jeff, can you explain the difference between...
Guess what else comes out on the 26th? Yep, you guessed it. Oh, that's the 30th? Okay, let me back up a minute. Guess what else comes out on the 30th?
If you get in so many nautical miles of the United States, we will defend our waters, but we won't defend a river that crosses us from Mexico. Do you know anything?
Doug, you're an idiot. Do you honestly believe that if a warship rolled up in the Rio Grande flying a hostile flag, that they wouldn't engage the warship? It's the fact that it's a fucking person, dude. A person you haven't identified. What if it's someone down there because their fucking cow crossed the river and they're trying to bring it back? What if it's fucking somebody who's just lost or having mental illness and just wandered away from their home? It's the fact that it's a person versus a submarine or a warship.
Anything about that, or is it?
Well, here's the thing: countries, and this is more or less United Nations, is 12 nautical miles. So once you go out 12 nautical miles, it's still considered sovereign territory of that country. We supposedly have Russian ships off in submarines, and they got a barrage of ships 35 nautical miles off the coast of Hawaii just waiting for whatever they're waiting for.
Right.
So, you know, and going to what Mike was saying, it's kind of interesting that Dong Zhongwei defected from China, and normally when somebody defects, they go knock on the door of the U.S. Embassy and say, "Hey, I'm Ho Chi Minh, and I got some shit you guys might want to see."
Right.
This guy turned himself into the DIA, Defense Intelligence Agency. And the Defense Intelligence Agency doesn't play with anybody but NSA. So, from what I'm understanding, there was 250,000 documents that was given to the DIA. That 30% of the students that are in the United States are basically Chinese spies. And, you know, now, yeah. Oh, here's the other thing before I forget. I haven't been able to confirm it. So I seen that this guy who posts on Telegram, that the flags are down at the Pentagon.
No.
Now, this source, I guess you could say, you know, he also said that the FBI was boarded up, and I checked with a deputy level, and they told me that whole side's been like that for over a year and a half. He did show video of these flagpoles not having flags, and so I sent that off to a couple people to ask them what the significance of that would be, and they said if the flags are, the command level flags are down, shit's hitting the fan. So I'm trying to get somebody to, I have a couple calls out to a couple people to go see who know that area to see if these flags are up or down. Because, you know, there's all kinds of misinformation going in and out now. So, but I can tell you one thing. I have been able to confirm. I did see pictures.
Pictures of what?
I couldn't share.
Watch the water. That's right. It's always watch the water.
But the Fort Lauderdale airport is being used to transport prisoners. And the description that I gave to somebody of how they were dressed and how many people were on this group, they said it was either special activities out at NSA or the C_A. And they got me 2 of the tail
You
nuts.
can't say the CIA on YouTube. You think, really?
And they both come back to the same ownership. And
Sure.
the person who owns this company is a very, very, very big Trump supporter. So there is.
Oh.
Guys, what Jeff's kind of hinting towards too also is that they're not only unraveling the last faction of the military that could quite possibly be bad, they're also unraveling the corporations that have been in control of this mess on the left, okay? And making these calls that have created this chaos and this unbelievable stuff like the cancel culture and all this bureaucratic BS along with it to cover up the fact that their puppet masters don't want to know that Satan's, in the public and exposed. Does that make sense?
Yep.
Nobody listened to you, Mike. Not a single person listened to you. Guaranteed.
Yeah, and
nobody. They're just like, does that make sense? Yep. Anyways, I was, as chat was saying,
everybody wants intel. But when I was down in Florida, the main thing what everybody was trying to share with everybody, including Flynn, and including every speaker, that we're going to get the country back. Don't think for 1 minute that the other side just going to roll over and play dead. We give up. We're done. Even if we took out 90% of them, what's left of these people are going to be setting off dirty bombs. They're going to be funding Black Lives Matter. They're going to start burning stuff down. They're just not going to say, hey, here's
these imaginary dirty bombs.
Now go play nicely. No, they're going to raise hell when it gets switched over. Get ready, because there's going to be a fight for at least 30, 45 days, and it's not going to go away, but it'll simmer down after that because it'll be put down quickly. But they're, wouldn't you agree, Jeff? They're just not going to roll over and play dead after we, whatever's left, the sweet sleeper cells will come out. All that stuff's going to come out. Wouldn't you agree?
Well, I think we're seeing
the sweet sleeper cells.
I really do. Because they're getting down to the nitty gritty on what they have left.
Well, I mean, just look at the revelations that's coming out of the FBI. I mean, when Putin, look, I love this guy. I've studied, when I was in Hawaii, I studied Putin quite a bit. And this guy, for him to come out and say, how many undercover FBI agents did you have in the crowd on January 6th? And then 30 minutes later, Congress sends a letter to Director Wray demanding that he come in front of Congress again. So what were you guys doing? And then Putin spilled it. He goes, guess what? Those undercover agents weren't there.
I think part of the problem is we keep doing the executions, but we also keep cloning them. And then the clones are just as evil because they're exact clones. And then we have to fight the clones. Maybe we should turn off the white hat clone machine.
For Nancy Pelosi's laptop, somebody else got that. And if you want to know who that is, give me a call, because I know who has it. I mean, that's just like calling somebody's bluff.
I seen a video the other day, and I know it's going around the Telegram groups. it's showing. I'm not sure how long ago it was, but when 45 was president, Putin walked over and he shook the chancellor of Germany's hand. And when he got to the president, his eyes lit up and he shook his hand and then tapped him on the arm.
Yeah.
Like they're great buddies, but everybody wants the other side wants you to believe they're enemies. These guys are working together and they like each other. And that's hard for people to accept. You know, you see he shook the first lady's hand too, but you could see his eyes light up when he's seen him. Like it isn't like the only time we talk is when I see you here. It's like they talk a lot. Do you know what I mean? And they actually are friends. Now, let's not forget he's KGB. He's killed a lot of people, but there's one thing he does do. He fears God. And this is honest God truth. Now we know
he'll tell you. Yeah, he'll tell you. There's only one person he fears, and that's God. I mean, the guy's, I mean, why do you think every time Trump would come out and say he talked to Putin, Congress was demanding the transcripts? Okay.
Yeah, they want to know exactly what he was saying to him.
Why isn't Congress demanding any transcripts from Biden? Oh, maybe because he's not using the damn phone.
You know? He's got one of them kiddie phones he calls everybody on. And this crayon.
Here's a funny thing about that is I was talking to a person come into one of my shops today, and it was totally clueless about everything that's going on. And I said, hey, did you, and he knows, you know, the languages I speak. And I was like, did you see my boy, old Vlad? And he goes, yeah.
We've been up 170, 180, sometimes 190. We've still been close to 200, not over though.
That didn't look like Biden. And I was like, oh no, you're setting me up. He goes, what do you mean I'm setting you up? Had zero clue. You know, it's one of these, they don't give a shit, which, yeah, I get. But he's like, man, that didn't look like Joe.
Yeah. I think people will be surprised to really who Putin it really is. And people,
Jeff is super secret intel guy.
This is what's so great about America.
We got all the secret intel from secret people.
We don't have to hate each other because of our opinions. We still can be friends at the end of the day because everybody's entitled to their own opinion. It's when you go the other way and you start, I don't know, start hate behind because you don't like somebody. Hey, if I don't agree with your political view, that doesn't mean I necessarily hate you.
I don't hate you.
But, you know, I can still be
I love you guys. I just think it's fun to laugh.
This. We can't discuss any politics around each other, but we can hang out.
Right.
That's the way I feel.
Yeah, and I have several friends like that. They are staunch Trump haters, and I get it. You can hate whoever you want.
He speaks 15 languages.
Biden was president. I didn't care for his policies, but I respected the person.
You mean Obama?
Respected the office. Yeah. Yeah, I respected the office.
Yeah, don't forget you mean Obama because Biden's never been president. Remember, that's your grift, not mine.
It's become so divisive and over everything, and I lay that right at the feet of the politicians. They're the ones that have done this to this country. And, you know, I was telling on another show, I was like, you know, when is it going to get to the boiling point where the American people have had enough? And, you know, you're starting to see it where people are, you know, $20 for a 2x4, $3.50 for a gallon of gas. But
that's right. Tell them. Shit is expensive. That is true.
Right. And that's starting to run out.
The thing is, guys, is they want you to believe that this group of cabal and these far left wingers is larger than they really are. Okay. And the narrative in the mainstream has helped them think it for themselves, but we're starting to see in sheer numbers that it's not as big as they make it out to be.
Right. And here's what people need. I think what they have already forgot when we're talking about Russia once again, that for the first time that I've ever heard of, our forces worked hand in hand to raid that ship that was in the Suez Canal. So what makes you think they still aren't working together for the first time? And I know some of you hate Putin, some of you don't like him, but if he's helping with us cracking down on the cabal and and helping us take over all of this, I mean, that's all good for our country. So I just think they're still right now. I think at this point they're all still working together.
Widely known is the first time with the ship in the canal, guys. The Russians and Americans have worked on these runaway subs together. They both have done those things together. We've had Russian subs off the coast of our shoreline protecting us, guys. So it's just not widely known yet, but you'll learn more and more as this continues to go on, I'm sure.
And I'm trying to figure out how a Navy weapon, a bomb, off the coast of Florida could create a 3.4 earthquake. And the Navy had to come out and admit it. Oh, no, we're testing a weapon. Why are you testing a weapon?
We knew we'd see that. We already talked about this in the Discord.
Diagonal to where the conspiracy of the tunnels coming out of Disney. And all of a sudden, the Navy blows this up.
Yeah, they're blowing up bombs there.
Right. Something. Because something went boom.
Yeah, something went boom, that's for sure.
Yeah, absolutely.
What do you think about Russell J. Gould, Jeff?
I can't handle these people, dude. I can't do it.
Part in saving our flag, and he may be the person he's talking about, but that's like the kid that was so smart.
It's fucking wild, dude.
But he had nobody to play with. He's like a guy with a flag with nobody to play with. Even though he might be officially in charge of everything, nobody pays him any mind. He's the guy that can't get picked in a pickup basketball game because he can't play. You know what I mean? He might have the goods, but he just can't play. Now, whether or not he's working with the president, it might be another thing. But
I'm sure. We got to be working with the president at minimum.
No comment. I just don't know. What do you think, Jeff?
I have.
What do you think, Jeff?
I don't even know enough about the guy to even make an educated comment.
Right.
Yeah, I don't know. I really don't.
Well, you do know he saved the flag, right, from going back to England.
Right.
But he claims he's held all these tribunals and fired so many people in the Pentagon, and he fired Flynn, and he fired all these people, and blah 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 blah. And he is actually the head Supreme Court justice. Well, we haven't heard anything about that, so I think he has some rights, but it might be to a Matchbox car at this point. Do you know what I mean?
Well, I can imagine somebody going up to General Flynn and saying, have a seat in the corner, and that guy definitely being kicked out of the room.
Oh, yeah.
You want to talk about real security? It was down there where I was in Florida. When Flynn and Lindell took the stage, they have a private company. They're all ex-special forces. They wear SWAT gear, and they carry them new type automatic weapons, and they don't have their finger on the guard. They have their finger on the trigger while they're walking them to the stage and guarding them. These guys do not play. You could just tell.
I wonder if that's the same company that's being used by the United States military to run all these people around the country. I mean, when I started digging in on this company, they own 18 Black Hawks. 18.
They were super high tech. They had every weapon that I've never seen before, kind of, sort of. They were super high tech. Plus, they had the regular guys that looked like Secret Service, but these other guys were in full SWAT gear, and there was more of them than the guys walking around in suits. And they had these scissor jacks set up where they were on a tower down, looking at everybody with binoculars. They were all around the stage. They weren't playing. You could not get in there unless you had your tickets printed out. They checked your ID and they did a background check on everybody that went in that place. I'm telling you that somehow somebody got a ticket and got in there as a CNN reporter. That's the person that went after my buddy from the border, and they escorted her out very quickly. They don't play that game in there. If you say you're media, they want zero media in that places because they're not going to report anything good. You follow what I'm saying?
Right. It's and you have to think about that. These guys don't come cheap,
No.
So somebody, either Treasury is flipping that bill,
Sure,
or somebody's flipping the bill, because you just because you're a public figure doesn't mean that you get all that security.
They don't have credit.
Right.
I just got a text from Bonafide. Guess where he's headed?
Oh God,
Texas.
bologna fried.
He ain't going to Taco Bell, but it's the same place. He's headed right there. Oh, he had an invitation.
He ain't going to Taco Bell, but it's the same place. He ain't going to Taco Bell, but it's the same place. He's going to have diarrhea in a few hours, or food poisoning, dog food factory. He ain't going to Taco Bell, but it's the same place. Going for the border. It's a weird way to say it.
I guess where he's headed.
Texas.
He ain't going to Taco Bell, but it's the same place. He's headed right there. Oh, he had an open invitation to go to that property. He's crazy. I told him I wouldn't go, man. If you told me that we could get in a Learjet and go right now, you couldn't get me to go down there. My fat ass can't move that fast.
Well,
I can't outrun bullets, man.
Maybe you'll get waddled out in the river and they'll just engage you like a foreign enemy war vessel, as you would want them to do.
When I was out in Fort Huachuca going through Morse code and counterintelligence school, we used to run at 3:00 in the morning because it was so hot during the day. It'd either be a Black Flag Day or whatever, and we were maybe 60 miles north of the border, and we would go out and run 3:00 in the morning. You see planes flying, kicking out drugs. And you'd see vehicles coming, and it spooked the hell out of us. It's like, no. We're not going to get involved with this nonsense because they don't care. They'll kill you. They have no problem with it.
And that's like my buddy's telling me, he says, y'all down in Tampa, right? He says, the cartel's big down that way, bro. Be careful about what you're doing down there. And I was like, what?
Head on a swivel. Yeah.
It's great. You got to have the eyes in the back of your head, and as we grow, and it's not even with that situation. As we grow, we become enemy of all of this crazy stuff. But
right,
there's no illusion to it. This is real stuff going on at the border. It's real.
What's
stuff.
the border water? What's the water in Mexico? I've always heard that.
It's absolutely not.
Don't drink the water.
It's not secure whatsoever. And it's got
that makes sense.
We won't have a country left for long when you're letting in so many thousand people a day, and they're down there, and he's got the film of them just throwing babies in the water, and the border patrol happened to rescue them, or the babies drown. When they go out to rescue the babies, they scoop more people across the border. I mean, this is true. He had pictures of it, and that's the part that got me. And then the other things is it going on down there. Just horrific stuff is going on down there at our border, and nothing's being done about it. Nothing. Nobody seems to care, including
they're going to sell cell phones on the border. You think? They're kind of expensive for border phones.
Other state police agencies to help them secure the border, and they said that the governor is kind of in on it, and they're getting ready to expose his ass too.
Who in Texas?
Yeah. He said he bring 50 ranchers up there that own ranches on the border, and he said you need to sign something. I don't forgot what it was. This bill right now, or I'll be back tomorrow with 200. And he says, if you don't sign it tomorrow, I'll be back with 500. Until you sign the bill, the very next day you signed the bill. I can't remember what exactly about, but it was provide more security and stuff down at the border. But what's going on down there is crazy, crazy. I mean, and they're just taking these people and putting them on planes and just dumping them in cities. The planes are full, 150 people at a time. They just land in Knoxville. Everybody get off. Here's a $15,000 card. Go do what you like. And these people can go commit crimes, murder people. They're not U.S. citizens.
Right.
I heard a story today that in Houston, they started cracking down on uninsured vehicles
in Houston,
and they got all the people that didn't have a license that can't drive. And they said 80% of the people that didn't have licenses weren't even from this country.
Breaking news: Richard, citizen journalist, just posted no flags flying at the Pentagon.
Yeah, I sent that video to two people, and they're going to get back to me on it. I don't know
that mean
exactly
we're at,
what's that?
Our flags even fly at war, don't they? What would be the significance of them taking them completely down, that nobody's in control?
Well, what
you all are idiots.
He's referring to is the stat. Here, let me read the text that I got back. They asked me for clarification on what flags, and I said, are you ready for weird shit number 2? I said, it's being reported that all the command staff level flags have been taken down at the Pentagon. His response, seriously? Command staff flags? And I said, yes. Not sure what it would mean. I have an idea. I said, they have somebody en route to check the Pentagon again. He goes, that means a lot if the staff level flags have been taken down, if they have been taken down. Now, I know a lot of people follow this guy, this Richard citizen journalist. Yeah. And he says he lives in D.C., and I'm not discrediting the guy or anything, but if you travel this area quite a bit, then you would have known that wall at the FBI has been up there for over a year and a half. And that entrance to the FBI has been closed for over a year and a half. So why are you putting it out like it's something new?
Why are you spreading the rumor that the FBI, you, the last time I saw you on Frog Nose, less than a week ago, said, well, the FBI building's empty. That's part of that same bullshit with the door and everything else. There was a shit ton of people at the FBI building. We just saw it on Penguin 6. A shit ton of people there.
Because I checked with the deputy level at the FBI, and they're like, no, that's been shut down for over a year and a half. Now, I can't tell you one thing. Since Putin come out and said what he said, he hasn't heard from his boss, which would be the director. So radio silence on that end. And he did ask one of the people that are at headquarters, is DC a ghost town? And she said, yes, it's a ghost town.
You
So
think
that,
maybe they could have got to Richard and he's working for the other side now? Who knows
well,
at this point? You know what I mean? You know, he
right.
left town without even any clothes at one point. They told him, if you're not out of town by dark, we're going to keep you.
He got arrested for child support, by the way. I don't know why he's making up this lie. The last time he was arrested was for child support. Child support. Doug just makes up this lie because the first time he said it, he said, they probably told him, if you're not out of town by the end of the day, then we're going to round you up, boy. They probably told him. Then every time he repeats it, he drops the probably and just starts saying, they told him he had to be out of town by the end of the day or they's going to arrest him.
Your ass in jail until this is all over. Next thing you know, he's on his way to Arizona, and he
made that shit up, motherfucker.
To grab a pair of drawers. His ass was out of here. You know what I mean?
Well,
So,
you know, but here's the thing with that. And I mean, when you start thinking logically about that, so the guy drives around town, they pick him up, whether it's Secret Service, uniform, ununiformed division. He gets on a plane and books town, but now all of a sudden he's back. Wouldn't you think they'd be hunting him down again, saying, what the hell are you doing here?
That's because he never said that. He said he was taking a break. Doug said, oh, he's probably not allowed to talk. They told him, if we catch you in town by the end of the day, we're going to round you up. He never said that. He said he was taking a break and going away. The last time he was arrested was child support.
I mean, that's just the way I look at it. I mean, I'm not there. I don't know the guy personally. So.
I can literally probably go back and find the video of Doug saying, oh, they probably told him that if he doesn't get out of town by the end of the night, that they was going to lock him up. And then it become fucking truth.
Well, when I was down there and I talked to a Mustang medic, he said that there's currently 4 warrants for his arrest there.
Oh, I'm sure.
Because he got arrested at a Trump rally back last year in Pennsylvania with a gun in his car, and he wasn't supposed to have a gun, and there were some other things he got in trouble for. I mean, that doesn't make nobody a bad guy. Right. I mean, we've done dumb things, you know what I mean?
Yep.
But,
that's right. FBI tours were shut down after 9/11.
Absolutely.
He was reporting real good stuff before Arizona.
FBI experience tour was closed due to CV. More super duper top song yet.
Huh?
You got
what
him.
Happened? It's like me watching Biden. Right. What the hell is this? You know, you went from reporting, look, there's nothing in the Rose Garden, to this is a high school graduation. What? It just didn't make any sense to me. So let's not forget. I see some people putting some comments about Mustang Medic.
I really wish that someone would ask Doug about those 2 hoes where he's like, it's a hard job, literally, right, ladies? You see my penis?
Let's not forget, he was the one at 3
Me neither.
o'clock in the morning, guys and girls, that reported the hundreds of buses coming into the Capitol, and that was the that was the lawyers for all the people they arrested. There was a lawyer, an assistant, and somebody that carried the files. They walked in 3s. That were all the JAG lawyers.
Yeah,
he was the one that discovered that. Don't ever forget that, guys.
No, the hell he wasn't. No, the hell he wasn't. The buses were there transporting fucking soldiers, round trip, in and out, in and out, in and out. His whole video was fucking shit. Then the next day, he actually got interviewed by the news that night. The next day, they came and found him again and said, you realize that you're wrong about the people on the buses. Yeah, well, you know, it's all give and take out here. Stuff just kind of changes.
Now, people want to say bad things about him. All I ever heard was the car thing, and that could have been a rumor, but that's the only thing I've said bad about him. He gets a lot of good stuff in D.C. too, so I'm going to stick up for him. Anyway.
But, you know.
Fuck Mustang Medic.
Like I said, I don't know any of these guys personally. And I have
hookers from heaven.
To be honest with you, I wouldn't be caught dead in that sin. Right
I
now.
wouldn't want nothing to do with that. You could,
No.
because you could end up as a casualty real easy.
Yeah.
About as crazy as going to the border right now and trying to film all what's going on down there. I don't think I'd be doing that.
Yeah, I see you, Bridget. I got to end early tonight too. I was trying to get through this, but I don't even know if I'm gonna make it through this.
You have to use your own discernment. Does it make sense? If it makes sense to you, then roll with it. I try to take everything with a grain of salt and then just basically do my own analysis on what I believe makes sense. And I've said since day one,
That's right.
any tribunals, hypothetically, if they are going on, it's not being reported that there's a fence around the U.S. Supreme Court. Why would you worry about the U.S. Supreme Court? If you're worried about the Supreme Court, hell, I'd be worried about Treasury mint and engraving. I mean, I'd be afraid somebody would come break in there and take stacks of cash.
I'm sure there's nothing in them buildings, and they ain't stamped no coin or made no bills in over a year, I bet. And all the
there it is.
Drifters out in full force tonight.
Always out in full force. They heard I took a day off. They figured they'd run and start getting this shit going.
It's probably were made out in Nevada. You know what I mean? Because that's where the new treasury is. That's where the new supercomputers and everything is out that way now. That's why DC's so dead, is because they pretty much shut it down as a business and a corporation, what it was, and now it's just a ghost town. Don't even know that it'll turn into museums out there. I think they'll actually just mow it to the ground. All the important buildings. The first thing I want to see fall is the big Washington Monument.
Right.
I want the Viagra to quit working.
So have we been able to verify the 65,000 supposed troops there this weekend?
Oh God, nope. You can't verify something that doesn't exist.
There's 65,000 troops in DC right now?
That's what is being said.
Wow. I know Marines were deployed there. And they blew up all the tunnels, but there's still a military base under DC that they could just climb out with all, there's room for 100,000 troops, somebody said, easily underneath DC. So they don't have to travel from a distance. They can just come from underground and they're right there. So I knew they were there during January 6th and all that and stuff. That's what I heard, allegedly. I don't know. I haven't been there. Somebody put, you went to Florida. I guess you're a black hat now. Yeah, I went to a Christian Open America conference, and I'm a black hat now.
Yeah, with a couple hookers. I saw you there. You didn't even have your satellite phone on you.
That's me.
Get you some of that.
Right. Yeah, that's all right. I had a lot of people down there, and this ain't me, and Mike's going to get to feel this too. The people that, man, I'm so glad to see us. You put out the truth and come up, want your picture. I'd never had that kind of we want my picture. Are you kidding me? Why? But it's not about me. It's about they love our show and they love to be part of being a frog at night, wearing our shirts, being involved, knowing that they can do something. This is what's going to make America go back to what it was, is one person at a time getting involved into their communities. I don't care what part it is, attending the city council meeting, get involved in your school board, find out who's putting together the districts around there, who they represent, and who's in charge. When is the last time anybody's done anything like that? And you wonder how things got to where they are now? Because nobody paid attention. Right. They just, I don't care. Just, when's my next check come?
If it didn't affect us,
it don't affect me.
Or it was a conspiracy. That's just like I couldn't believe. Did you guys hear Fauci's comments today?
No.
He's just so upset because the American people are referring to him as Hitler.
Well, it's just a matter of time. It's just a matter of time before somebody gets a hold of him if they don't arrest him and cuts his tongue out. You understand what I'm saying? It's just a matter of time. I carry around copies of his emails for instances like today, the ones that declassified.
Yeah.
All right.
Mike, tell us again what happened to you today.
Went in the doctor's office, started checking in. She told me I needed to have a mask on to be in the building, let alone see the doctor. I said, no, ma'am, I don't. She said, it is a UNC Healthcare's policy. I said, oh, y'all are UNC Healthcare. Did I hear that correct? Like UNC Chapel Hill? Yes, that's us. So you're one of the ones Fauci and Obama paid to help plan the fake pandemic. Do you know that? Right here it is in black and white. Let me show you the email that he wrote authorizing the funds to the University of Chapel Hill. Okay.
Mike's out here attacking the schools.
And, she just wouldn't have
going after the colleges.
Anyway, instead of arguing with her, I thanked her for her time. I made sure everybody in the lobby had a copy of it if they wanted it. As I exited the building, I let them know I was going to go live, and if I needed to, I'd call the news because this shit is going to stop.
It's got to.
Yeah. And yeah, I mean, and then, I used to listen to Sean Hannity quite a bit. Well, I haven't listened to him since the election. And I was in my vehicle and I clicked on the news just to see what these idiots were talking about. And lo and behold, Sean Hannity, I think it's like 3 o'clock, 3:30. He was talking today. Well, we got to worry about 2024.
Use guys.
What the fuck are you talking about? There is no.
How in the hell was he in a restaurant last night? Oh, it's only a ghost town when people are following him to listen to him.
Hypothetically, if Stumbles won the White House, we've already seen enough irregularity to call the whole damn thing into question. Because remember, the chief, Krebs, come out and said, oh, this is the most safest and secure election ever. So Stacey Abrams, why in the hell did you have an organization that you were paying people to help with the election? And now 25% of the chain of custody documents can't be found. Sounds like you're going to jail.
Absolutely. If she's not already there.
That's funny,
I was
Sam.
getting ready to say, if you look on TV, and I don't watch.
Rolls in on his bus to mitigate the situation.
But I'm just looking for something breaking that they might carry.
I got to read it out loud now. Oh, he might not have saw it. Where'd it go? Where did Sarah's comment go? The soldiers are guarding the children on the meat hooks until Scott rolls in on his bus to mitigate the situation. That makes sense. He's bringing a meat hook removal device. It's actually what he carries in his trailer now that he forgot how to jumpstart his bike, and he had to leave that in California.
Which we don't never see anything of.
Right.
But we all know that they only interview about, on Fox, I'd say 8 different senators. You know what I mean? It's the same 8 or 10, 12 people every day. And if you go to see NBC, and if you go
no, I'm a bitcher.
If you go to CN, it's the same 12 people. Do you know what I mean?
Wrong. Don't get me wrong.
Arrested.
Don't get me wrong. I like Sean Hannity, and I think that he's probably a white hat. But he asked the same questions.
Someone in Brad's chat threatened to sue him.
And he is.
Oh, Brad's been threatening to sue me.
Doing what he's told to say for the dollar. Okay?
Yep.
And people have.
Oh, I see it. Blocking my freedom of speech on a social media platform can get you sued. We have a law here in Florida now with that. If you can't handle getting talked about when people say how they feel, you do not belong on a platform. Grow up, Brad. Oh, wow. Wow. They do have some type of, I don't know if it's for individual people or just platforms or what, but there is some type of laws that's in place now in Florida about, so they're going to be the first state probably to be able to sue Twitter individually. Wow. Somebody's calling them out.
Part of the problem, guys. People that are collecting money to be told what to say do not have freedom of speech. Okay. And that is part of the problem. I mean, it just has to stop. I mean,
has anybody seen Anthony Weiner at all?
Who's Weiner? Who's Weiner?
Was
I'm sorry. Have we seen who's Weiner? Nobody's seen Doug's in years. But whose are we talking about?
picture of him.
What's going on with Brad's followers?
On the streets of New York shortly after he was released the last time.
Because Uma Abedin's name keeps coming up quite a bit again.
Well, she's definitely a handler.
Right.
Well, let's put it this way.
I'd let her handle
They
them.
got his whole laptop. They know what's on it. Both of
Are
them
we time out?
if not executed by now, on their way to being executed. They got them cold turkey. You know what I mean?
Are they executed or are we still fighting? I don't understand.
So they're not long for life if they still have any left.
Yeah,
Huma is at Gitmo.
Oh, his website's still not working.
Where is Huma?
Mike's still alive. That's right. I may have jumped the gun a little early. I was here because I figured they left me something in Mike's will, but I guess not. He was able to defeat the poison that Doug used on him. It must not have been strong enough.
That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, guys, we really have to. There was a couple posts in the Telegram group today that were very poignant.
They are mad about his last video on Rumble. Let's check that out. Let's get rumbling over here.
Everybody understand, just like the Charles Freak video, A to Z. These things have already happened. A to Z has already happened. The swamp has been mostly drained already. What we're watching is a large part of the movie to expose the low
Charlie Freak
fruit and the people that were able to hide themselves very well.
I saw. I did see him in his Telegram talking about his last video. It's why Trump stood down on the 20th and dodges the question about his reinstatement. That one.
Absolutely, guys.
Calling him out on that one.
The next few days hold, but my sources across the water have told me that the QFS is ready to go at any moment. The money's
of course
in the banks. So
Charlie Ward told you
what it does or what's the next phase, because I'm just not saying. But if you want more on that, just do your research on it, on the tier 4, tier 5 stuff, and know what's coming. If you were smart, you made smart moves, is all I can tell you. But I heard that could happen at any moment, because there was a meeting of the World Banks today at 11 a.m. So all the money's been deposited in all the banks, all the bonds, everything's ready to roll.
Yeah,
at a moment's notice.
There's another significance to the 22nd date. Jeff, what are you laughing at?
So I'm sorry. Somebody put in the chat that the Clintons had Biden's dog killed.
We're gonna skip ahead some.
Conceded, the last 2020. He's never conceded that race. He's never stepped down. He's never, only in one written statement does he talk about being former.
And he made that abundantly clear on his 3:00 interview today, his phone interview. He said, "I have not conceded and I did not lose."
That's right.
3 times.
Yes, he did.
That was for a reason.
And Ezra, we all know, according to the executive orders, is going to declass. He's going to declass it all. He already has the green flag. You just got to go when it's right.
What the fuck does that even mean? He already has the green flag. Just got to go when it's right. The green flag isn't the sign that it's time to go and it's right. And this is a different sign. That's the green means get ready to go, and then they'll throw a red clock at you when it's time, when the time's right.
The other thing is the December 14th. I seen the two of them explain how
My fucking account stays empty.
was going to go down.
Stays empty.
At Fort Bragg.
Hey, actually, you want to hear something shitty? So, this doesn't technically affect me, but it could have, and in years past, it might have. So, TurboTax is a tax service a lot of people use. And not only did they fuck with a lot of people's stimulus refunds because they had already closed the accounts that processed your refunds, but this year, when they've got 31 million Americans with their tax refunds placed on holds for fucking so goddamn long, right? They're sending everything into conflict resolution. I still haven't got mine. I filed back in March, and I still haven't got my tax refund. Anyways, so when you use TurboTax, you're allowed to pick whether you want to pay for it with a credit card, debit card, or out of your income tax refund. So most people, because it doesn't cost them anything, if they're getting a refund, click pay for it out of my refund, right? It doesn't bother you, doesn't do anything. Cool. Well, because this year, because the tax refunds are so fucked up, because they're so far behind, because everything's out, there's actually a clause in that agreement that says if your refund is not big enough, which makes sense. If you say you owe $100 TurboTax and your refund only ends up being $30, they can debit the rest of it out of your card. Even if you think you're supposed to get $120 back, but the IRS adjusts it and you only get $30, then they can take the rest of it out of your bank account. Sure, that makes sense. But there's also a clause in there that says if you haven't received it within so many months, that they take it out of your bank account. Which I could understand in a normal tax season where most people got their income tax back and you haven't got yours back. Obviously, you did something wrong. This year, they're doing it to everybody who hasn't got their shit back yet. If you haven't got your shit back yet, they're going to come and take the amount that you're supposed to be taking out of your tax refund out of no fault of your own. The IRS fucked everything up, got everybody backed up, everything's fucked. They're going to take it straight out of your bank account. Now, I know it doesn't seem like a whole lot of money, but like where I'm like self-employed and I had some like weird income situations and shit this year, mine was like $190 some. Now imagine if you're broke, plus you're waiting on the income tax to come in. You're just barely getting by. You've got no fucking money in the bank. You're dying for the income tax to come. They're already fucking you at the IRS. And now TurboTax is going to overdraft your account. TurboTax is going to overdraft your account through no fault of your own. You didn't make the IRS hold your shit longer. You didn't make the IRS hold 31 million people's shit longer. That's fucked up. When I saw that come out today, I thought, that sucks for me, but imagine if you didn't have the money. That would really fucking suck.
Okay, it was a live speech. It was very few people there, but it was a live speech. It was briefly televised, portions of it, but not a lot of people watched it because, of what was expected to go down on the 20th of January. So these two guys quietly let everybody know there will be no exceptions. They let them know there will be no exceptions. Chris Miller, without exception, said, "I'm in charge."
Let me say this real quick. Guys, the link going across the bottom of the page, if you just come on and wonder what that is, that's a website where you can get the tickets to Spartansburg event. Bonafide's throwing down there. It's only 500 tickets. Got some really good speakers. If you live close by,
that's Brad Barton's. That's Brad Barton's event in Spartanburg.
That link is to the event where you can purchase your tickets. Just want to throw that in. Go ahead, y'all.
Jeff, they're asking you who Chris Miller is.
Chris Miller was a Delta Force operator. He specialized in psychological operations. Him and General Flynn helped in the turnaround of Fallujah and a couple other operations that I know of.
There's only 500 tickets. They're selling them for $125 a piece.
And when
oh shit, I fucked that up. That was me.
Across the bottom of the page are the same around the world now. So the poorest countries' monies will be the same as the United States' monies now. It'll have the same value. That's what the
$62,000, give or take, for a day.
That reevaluation happened in tier 4, and then for a while in tier 5 too, as I understand it, along with the bonds. All this stuff is supposed to happen at any moment after meeting today. So tier 4 goes first. That will be the bonds and the exchange of monies from other.
This is where the grift is, guys. The big grift, the catch-all grift, is in these events for sure. Talking about, you know, $65 to a couple $100,000 for a day. For a day of your time, an event. That's where the big money's at. And I have a feeling that they're finding a lot of people who are sympathetic to what they're doing or what they're going to say that are giving them giving them their venues for free. Like when Clay Clark went to Rema Bible College, I'm sure he got that motherfucker for free. It's Bible college. He might have made a charity, a faith donation, or whatever. But they're finding a lot of places and a lot of sympathetic people that say, "Oh yeah, you can use our thing. It's not booked anyways. You can use it this day for free or for a minimal amount or for this, making $65,000 that day." That doesn't sound like a whole lot to get like a big speaker there. But the speakers that are going to be there are Greg Locke, Brad Barton, Dr. Toto, and some woman. So even if they split it evenly, you know what I'm saying? Like that's still quite a bit of money for a day. A day. Well, you could go there and easily speak for one day out of the month and be set. One day each month, have an event and be set.
Countries.
That's small events too.
You will. I can't really talk much more about it. You'll have to do your own.
Call the IRS. Oh no.
If you have money from other countries, you'll be able to take it
big ass phone.
A redemption center.
All money, no matter where it comes from, is all equal. So that'll be great. So some of the poorest countries in the world where their money isn't shit and you have like 6 million pesos and you really got like $10, you're fixing to be fucking billionaires. And the US dollar, which we all hold dear, is going to fucking tank. So get ready for that.
And get that exchanged for 1-to-1 with our currency, and the same as 1-to-1 with around the world. We'll be all as one currency now with the QFS.
Yeah,
you want to get a tripped out answer? Call your local bank and ask them. Tell them that you have some Iraqi dinar that you would like to exchange.
We know Cabrende. I don't know what you're talking about. Do you know what the QFS is? What is that? They're all under NDAs. They cannot even discuss it until it goes through.
Call the United States.
World banks are all on NDAs.
Call the U.S. Treasury on your Social Security card claims and your birth certificate bond claims. Okay? If you looked up what your bond was worth through your Social Security number or your birth certificate, U.S. Treasury is giving you directions, and they're paying out in 2 to 3 days.
You're a fucking liar.
73,000. I want mine paid out in future.
You're a liar.
Okay.
Call them and fill out the paperwork.
You're a liar. You're a liar. You're a liar. The bond calculator website does not care what your Social Security number is, does not care what number's on the back. It doesn't care what your birth certificate number is. The bond calculator website takes the class of bond, the amount that you put in, the years, and calculates the interest to tell you what it would be worth if you owned that bond. None of you own those bonds. You're just sticking your birth certificate in there for some reason as the bond number.
I did look mine up, Jeff. It was $73,000 on my birth certificate since I was.
There you go. Get it in 2 to 3 days. Get it, bud. Get your fucking money. Let's see it. Let's see receipts, Doug.
The state today, who has called the United States Treasury, gotten specific instructions on how to make the claim for her birth certificate and her Social Security card. Okay, through the United States Treasury, and they are paying out.
You're a lying ass piece of shit. That's not true. That is not true. That's like going to a calculator, okay? Going to a regular calculator and naming the calculator birth certificate. Just naming the calculator, just typing it above the calculator, birth certificate. And then putting, okay, now Doug told me my birth certificate's worth 10, and he told me to multiply it by 10. Oh my God, I'm getting $100 on my birth certificate. They're not the same. Any bond calculator, if it knows the type of bond, how it structures its interest, how it compounds it in the APR when you started and now, can figure out the total a bond would be worth if you own that bond. But you don't. Why the fuck would you have to go to select EE bond? Why would you have to tell people, "Oh, if you're over 40, you put 30,000 in"? Why does that make any sense? Make sure you go to this box and click EE bond. Why? Why is that an EE bond? Why can't they tell from my birth certificate number it's an EE bond? Why can't they tell what kind of bond it is from there? Fucking morons.
Direct deposit.
Give me them receipts. Let's see it. I want to see Doug's $73,000. I want to see it.
Deposit in 2 to 3 days.
Well, I'll be calling them tomorrow.
Well, you know,
I'm available for 73,000. Do you understand? I'm available to call them. I can wait on freaking line all day long for you to answer phone for like a week. Hell, I did that with unemployment and was only getting $93 a week. 73,000. I'm getting 3 or 4 phones. I got them going. I got the computer calling. I'm involved. You understand? I'm involved for 73,000.
Well, you know, and here's the other weird thing. You know, all these businesses that have applied for this extended EIDL, you know, they said 94% of the businesses haven't been paid out. And you call SBA and they tell you, "Oh, it's the IRS. We're waiting on transcripts of your business from the IRS." And I get it that there's fraud, but that's totally unacceptable. Some of these people.
It is unacceptable, but it is realistic. That's why the head of the IRS has been testifying in front of Congress. They literally fucked up 31 million Americans. Basically what happened was a couple weeks into the pandemic or into the tax season, they took all the taxes they had and said, "Oh shit, we're behind. We got all these stimuluses sent out. We got these taxes. We got people who early filed. We got this. We got that. What do we do with them?" They put them in conflict resolution, which means they got them off the queue, but technically someone has to go through each one and read it by hand instead of just running it through and let the computer check the numbers. So they put them in conflict resolution, and they still haven't got them out. So we went from the typical 3 weeks of resolution, 21 days at the IRS, to well beyond. They don't even want you to call until it's been at least 10 weeks after your 3 weeks, so a total of 13 weeks. And it got different people depending on what portion you were in line, from early filers all the way through March and April filers. I filed the last week of March. Okay? No. The second to last week of March. And I know someone who has a family of 4, married, just like my scenario. Married, filing a joint, family of 4, same stimulus, same everything. Who filed the first week of April. They got theirs back in 17 days. Mine is still gone with no end in sight. No update, no nothing. Like, they fucked up this year bad.
Already on a shoestring. By the time that this money that's already been approved and allocated by Congress, why aren't they paying it out? You know, you got gas. I think gas here is $3.50 a gallon. A 2x4 is $20.
Yeah, it affected different people. Like, a lot of people have fucking got theirs, and mine's fucked. And like, if I call them, they told me it was directed to conflict resolution. That's why they've been. Congress has been ripping their ass. The first time they went to testify in front of Congress about a month ago, the first time they went back to testify, Congress had found out that they were opening mail from the summer of 2019. They were so far behind on mail that the letters that they were opening that week were from the summer of 2019. It's 2021.
That makes no sense.
They're getting ready to crash that thing like a plane.
All right, so the Treasury, it makes no sense at all. So the Treasury Department guy's phone number, are you ready?
Mm-hmm.
844-284-2676.
We could really use ours to like go towards the house and stuff this year is what the goal is, I guess, since we haven't got it yet. It might be better we haven't got it yet because we might have spent it on stupid stuff, not knowing we were getting thrown out of our house and all that fucking bullshit. So maybe it's better we haven't got it yet, but now I need it for sure. I don't know where the fuck it's at.
Say it again.
844-284-2676.
Get you money, Doug.
And I just have to tell them I want to cash my bond in.
Yeah, but you're gonna have to know its value. They're gonna ask you.
Oh, well, I damn sure know that.
They're gonna ask you for the number. They're gonna ask you for your bond numbers, which is on your birth certificate and on your Social Security card. All right, and then they're gonna ask you for that, and then they're gonna ask you the expected value, and they'll confirm it all and pay it out in 2 to 3 days.
I'm all over that. I'm all over that, bro. All right. All right, guys. We've been on about 1 hour and 26 minutes. So with that, you guys got anything in closing?
Full speed ahead.
Here you go. Keep your hands and feet inside of the ride at all times. The ride should come to a complete stop. Wait for somebody to come get you out of the ride. That's pretty much the way our lives are right now, ladies and gentlemen. So hold on tight. If we help one person understand a little bit better about what we've been doing as a country and what's going on in our country, we feel like we've done our job. This is the place where God wants people to come together, like the people.
Nobody's going to get yelled at.
We know 2 people together equals 11. Can you imagine when we have 2, 3, 4,000 people in the chat, the power that has to get things done, to get people to realize what's going on? It's really, really powerful, guys. We love in each and every one of you.
We love these numbers. God gave us his numbers and these hookers and hotels, and we love all that.
I think you'll see movement this week for sure. Mike, you want to close us out here, bro?
Brah, you want to close us out here, brah? We need that bra closure. Can you close my bra?
Generational illnesses that have been bestowed upon us, humanity.
All right, guys, we'll see you tomorrow night. You guys stay right there.
Thank God. That was rough, guys. That was rough. It's been a weird day. I'm in it early tonight, guys. It's just 12:30, but I've got some stuff to do, some stuff to check on. I appreciate it. Thanks for hanging out with me. Thank you for the donations coming in at Solitaire. I don't think we had any more come through Stream Elements. We did have a Buy Me a Coffee that I didn't get to thank somebody for. I think it was Deb that came through at the very first. I had to thank them in chat because Em and Tony were talking and I didn't have a chance to thank them. And yeah, Deb Bell, thank you very much for the Buy Me a Coffee. Check out the GoFundMe, the Telegram, Amazon wish list, all that stuff you can find in the chat, in the description, in the links, and whatever. Ask me for it on Telegram. Send me a Facebook message, send me an email, whatever. Thank you for your support. Make sure you share the GoFundMe if you can, and I appreciate it. And we'll see you guys on the next episode, where I think we're going to do something a little bit different. But yeah, we'll see you then. Have a good night. We'll see you guys.
You don't have those guts because you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle because that's really pathetic. But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott.
Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in the best, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the placing them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well listen bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip, worshiping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss him off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
Good night, guys. Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate the show. I appreciate you being at the show. Thank you for saying it's a good show. Thank you.
You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped them to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. Wait, what are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me a... Oh, my God. Damn it. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go. I think I started some shit. Piss them off. It's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets. You know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you...
Was Doug backed up for 40 years with blue balls? The hookers gave him a 2-for-1 special? Oh, no.
Say it isn't.
Mullet.
I'm backed up on the ropes trying to
That was rough. Set off that earthquake detector and everything.
Doing so well. It's all over. Hands on his shoulders. They ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on cocks that came first. 9th inning, 2nd string, and they acting like they know. Hit his ass on stolen bullshit.
The country version.
All this nonsense on my conscience. It's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby eating heathens. Believing in reasons with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set.
Thank you, guys. You guys have a good night. I appreciate all the support. Have a good one, guys.
I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't have those guts, cause you're a pussy. You're a pussy wearing aviator glasses in your mother's basement, and I won't even give out your dime store handle, because that's really pathetic.
No, Tony's not in the song. It's making fun of Jason Q, but it's not Tony.
But I can tell you this about if this douchebag happens to see this particular show, you don't have the forking balls to call out the people on this planet by name and tell them exactly who they are and tell them the rest of the world who they are. You don't have the forking balls. You don't have the balls.
Okay, Scott. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. And they say that I'm a lunatic. Well listen bitch, I came equipped with a quick wit and a 6th sense for the stupid shit. Where my true believer? Y'all need Jesus. Praise the Lord, head to the extreme. All these false fucking prophets who profit off of gossip, worshiping drums, cocking, begging for a throat deposit, swinging fucking meat hammers like fool in a thong. He's strapped to the shaft, eating his chest like he's King Kong. Starving for attention, I'ma make your gut burst. I'll be your huckleberry, I can quench that thirst. Baby eating lizard people, alien sex. What's next? Trump in a dress, fucking Flynn on his desk. A retard in a vest, climbing up 5G towers. Cause you told him if he did, he'd get fucking superpowers. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. I used to find clues too when I was high on shrooms. I found myself a tunnel that led to Jason Q's bedroom. Open his closet, I found some of his meat rockets. I strapped him to my shoes and then I flew through the roof. I found myself in orbit strapped to an F-16. High on amphetamine, with Trump in between. Put on a light coat of baby oil and saluted the troops. He tapped me on the shoulder and said, "This is gonna be it." Whoa, wait. Stop. What? I'll get my files. What are you doing? Stop. Hold on. Fucking stop. Dude, come on. Seriously. My mom's an alcoholic. Oh, give me oh my God. Damn it. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Round 3. Down goes Nino. Please say it isn't so. Got him backed up on the ropes, trying to ram it down his throat. Now things are getting rocking, he was doing so well. It's all over, hands on his shoulders, they ringing his bell. You got Frog News Network doing no damn research. They rework and copy on cocks that came first. 9th inning, 2nd string, and they acting like they know hitters. Assholes throwing bullshit, sending bronze to the shitter. All this nonsense on my conscience, it's hard to sleep at night. Who the fuck is in my window with this time of the night? These parasites, these leeches, with all their secret meetings, teaching all you fucking cretins about baby-eating heathens. Believing in reason with no meaning is bullshit. Will Bird motherfuckers out here busting the grifts. Here we go, I think I started some shit. Piss them off, it's about to get lit. Get the place in them bets, you know that stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet. Here we go, I think I started.
All right, guys, have a good night. Thank you for joining us. We will see you tomorrow. Have a good one, guys.
That stage is set. You better buckle up, cause you ain't seen none yet.
You don't